once the world goes quiet, when the noise fades, when the roles fall away, when no one is asking anything of you, what remains is the truth you carry inside, the thoughts that echo, the worries that linger, the memories you wish would soften, and the weight you never learned to put down, not because you're weak, but because no one ever taught you how to rest the mind. We were raised to push, to grind, to endure, to stay awake through storms instead of learning how to calm them, to chase goals without ever learning how to return to ourselves. But there's a part of you, a wiser part, whispering for something different, something quieter, something steady. Not escape, but reset. The Stoics believed that clarity begins when the mind stops fighting itself, that peace isn't gifted to you, it's practiced, that thoughts lose their power when you observe them instead of obeying them, and that a single night of true mental stillness can shift the direction of an entire life. Tonight, that's what this meditation is for. 4 hours to unclench the mind. 4 hours to release the weight you never meant to carry this long. 4 hours to reset the inner world that shapes every step you take in the outer one. Because the world will always be loud, but you can learn to be unmoved. And if you're on a journey to build that inner strength, quiet, steady, unshakable, consider subscribing Your Mind Becomes Your Master, or Your Freedom. And tonight, we choose freedom. This is how most people live their lives. They think that every thought they have is real. If it comes to them, it must mean something deep, important, or real. However, your mind is not a courtroom, and your ideas are not proof. They are nothing more than noise, pieces, and reminders of your past, your fears, and your experiences. They sound like you since they've known you for a long time. The reason they use your voice is because they know how it sounds. Thoughts can speak your language, but that doesn't mean they are telling you the truth. You're not the thought. As the spectator, you are the one who is listening. And something strong happens when you even briefly understand that you stop letting every thought storm pull you around. You should stop acting on every fear as if it were a sign. You can see the space between the stimulus and the reaction, and there's a wonderful thing living there: choice. You don't have to keep going with the same old stories that hurt you. You may choose to stop before going into a spin. You don't have to take someone else's rejection as personally your own. This may seem like an easy step, but it's where real change starts. Because without that space and quiet awareness, you're stuck in a loop, reacting instead of responding, surviving instead of living. When you stop mixing up your own ideas with those of other people, the mental battlefield changes. You start to notice things instead of taking them in, and that notices the noise that's been running your life. Some people take years to fix themselves, when all that was wrong was their assumption that their thoughts were real. I'm not good enough. They don't care about me. This is how I'll always be. These aren't true. Your mind has played those words over and over again until they started to feel like truths. That being said, ideas and feelings are not facts or identities. You're not the stress that people feel when they're in a crowd. You are not the memory that keeps coming back to you when you're by yourself, or the fear that whispers to you before you try something new. You are the one who sees these things, and it's in noticing them that you can take a step back and breathe. Carl Jung said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." That single idea can change a life because it reminds you that you are not defined by your past, not shaped entirely by your trauma, not destined to carry the same pain forever. The thoughts that rise up from those wounds don't have to become the script you live by. They can float in and out, like passing clouds across the sky of your awareness, if you let them. But to do that, you must stop chasing them, stop arguing with them, stop fearing them. You have to learn to watch them, calmly, patiently, without judgment, because only when you see your thoughts clearly can you respond wisely. It's not about controlling the mind like a machine, it's about observing it like a garden. Some weeds grow on their own, patterns you didn't ask for, beliefs you didn't choose. But once you see them, you can decide whether they belong, and little by little you begin clearing space for something more intentional. Clarity isn't the absence of thought. It's the recognition that not all thoughts are worth your time. Peace isn't the silence of the mind. It's the discipline to not feed every passing impulse. And that discipline grows with awareness. At first, the noise will scream louder when you stop answering it. That's normal. That's withdrawal from mental habits that have dominated your inner world for years. But with time, silence returns. Not a silence that's empty, but one that's full of you, the real you. The you that isn't defined by every mood, every passing worry, every self-doubt. The you that remains when the storm passes. This isn't something that happens overnight, but even one moment of that space, even 1 second of seeing a thought without being consumed by it, is a victory. It's a crack in the wall, a place where light gets in. And the more often you create that space, the less you live on autopilot. You start catching yourself. You start making conscious decisions instead of emotional reactions. You begin to live your life, not just survive your thoughts. And that shift is everything. Because clarity doesn't come from thinking more. It comes from thinking less and noticing more. It comes from creating space between who you are and what your mind says you are. That space, that separation, is where your power lives. It's where your focus returns. It's where your energy stops being drained by what-if scenarios and starts being directed toward who you're becoming. That's when life begins to feel lighter. Not because the thoughts are gone, but because they no longer own you. So the next time your mind offers you a story that sounds painful, pause, breathe. Ask yourself, is this who I am? Or is this just something I've heard so many times I started believing it? And then decide if it deserves your energy. Most of the time it doesn't. Most of the time it's just noise. And now you're learning to hear it without becoming it. That's how clarity starts. Not by erasing the mind, but by rising above the noise. Awareness doesn't begin as some grand awakening. It begins quietly. Often in a moment when you catch yourself thinking the same old thought you've thought 1,000 times before, but this time you notice it. You don't react. You don't follow it down its usual spiral. You simply pause and observe, almost like you're watching someone else's life play across the screen of your mind. And in that subtle shift, something incredible happens. You stop being a participant in the noise, and you become a witness. That space between thinking and observing is where awareness is born, not as a loud breakthrough, but as a gentle unfolding. And the more often you practice this, the more you just sit with your mind instead of trying to fix, fight, or flee from it, the more you start to see it for what it is, not a monster to fear, but a messenger to understand. At first, the thoughts still come, the doubts, the fears, the memories. But they hit differently. They don't knock you over like they used to because you're not inside them anymore. You're next to them, watching, learning, noticing the timing, the triggers, the tone. You begin to see that certain thoughts only show up when you're tired. Others only visit when you're lonely or uncertain. Some belong to old stories you never chose, but you've been carrying them anyway. And suddenly you realize these aren't random. These are patterns, loops, scripts that have been playing for so long they became background noise. And now that you see them clearly, they start to lose their grip. What once felt like truth starts to feel like repetition. The thought that always tells you you're not enough, it no longer hits like a fact. It sounds like an echo, and like all echoes, it only survives if you keep shouting into the same cave. But you don't have to. You don't have to keep responding. Awareness means realizing you don't have to pick up every mental call that rings in your head. You can let it ring. You can let it pass. And in doing so, you weaken the chain that's held you in place. Still, awareness doesn't ask you to fight your thoughts. That's where many people get stuck, thinking that the goal is to silence the mind or erase the thought entirely. But the mind doesn't work like that. It's not about elimination. It's about illumination. What you bring into the light no longer has the same power over you, because when you watch something clearly, without running, without judging, you change your relationship to it. And that shift is the beginning of freedom. When you're unaware, those imagined realities feel urgent and real. Your body tenses, your breath shortens, you react. But when you're aware, you interrupt the cycle. You feel the tension and you trace it back. You question its origin. You realize that the thought you're stuck in today is just a cousin of the thought you had yesterday and the day before. And once you see the pattern, you're no longer inside it. You're standing above it. There's something empowering about realizing that you don't have to believe every thought that crosses your mind. Just because something feels familiar doesn't make it true. Just because a voice inside you says you're not healing fast enough or doing enough or being enough doesn't mean it's right. Sometimes it's just background noise from an old chapter that doesn't fit in the new one. The more you watch without responding, the easier it is to tell the difference between what's really happening and what your mind is making up, but you have to practice it. It's not going to work out every time. You'll still be pulled in by some thoughts. There are memories that will always hold you tight. You can still take a step back and ask yourself, what was really going on there, even in those times? Being aware without judging is awareness, and after asking enough of those questions, the knots in your thoughts start to loosen up and you can see the stories. Ah, that fear of failing all over again. Some parts of me hate being quiet. This is the voice that always comes up for me when I feel alone. And slowly, with presence, you teach your mind a new way to react. Being still. Not the forced or frozen kind, but the quiet that comes from being able to see things clearly and not letting your mind be dragged around by every thought. Epictetus told us that what counts is not what happens to you, but how you handle it. Awareness gives you that reaction, that room between what you think and what you do. Even though it doesn't take away the pain or offer peace, it does give you the choice of what to do next. Each decision adds up over time. They become a way to get out of the mental fog that felt like it would never end. In other words, if you feel like your thoughts are too many, too fast, or too loud, start here. Don't try to control them or fight them. Instead, pay attention. Just look and notice. Don't try to do anything. Let your awareness do it for you. If you try to calm your thoughts, it won't work. It will only work when you finally understand it. Thoughts don't always scream. Sometimes they whisper. They stay in the background of your thoughts, unnoticed and unnamed, but always there. Before you can name them in your head, You feel them in your chest. They happen when you're by yourself, when it's too quiet, or when a small thing sets off a big event. These thoughts don't stay with me because I can't handle them. They stay because they've never been brought to light, written down, or spoken out loud. They get heavier, not because we have more of them, but because we carry them in silence. What we say doesn't always make us feel bad. It's sometimes everything we haven't said, and that silence can feel like a jail over time. We often think that avoiding a thought will get rid of it, but thoughts that are pushed down don't go away. They grow stronger roots. They show up when we're stressed, tired, or respond to things that shouldn't bother us. You tell yourself that you're just tired, sensitive, or stressed out, but something that isn't being said is trying to be heard, and it gets heavier the longer you ignore it. It could be grief you never dealt with, anger you never accepted, or fear you never dealt with. You never admitted being angry, or a fear that was never named. No one else knows about it, but your body does. Your nervous system holds it. Your focus scatters because part of your energy is always busy holding that door shut. The truth is, clarity isn't just about thinking positive, it's about being honest. Truly honest, with yourself first. There's something transformative about putting the unsaid into words. It doesn't have to be dramatic. You don't need to tell the world. But even whispering it to yourself, in the dark, in your journal, in the car when no one's around, can start to loosen the grip. Naming it is how you begin to reclaim it. You're not defined by what you've buried. You're defined by your willingness to face it. It's strange how we often fear our own truth more than the judgment of others. We keep parts of ourselves hidden, even from ourselves, as if not saying something makes it less real. But silence doesn't protect you, it just postpones the healing. And healing doesn't come from avoiding the storm, it comes from walking through it with open eyes. The Stoics didn't run from discomfort. They stepped into it with clarity and courage. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "If it is endurable, then endure it. Stop complaining." But this isn't about suppression. It's about confrontation. It's about realizing that what you refuse to confront owns a piece of you, and you deserve to be whole. Sometimes the most healing thing you can do isn't to fix the thought, but to let it speak, to give it room to breathe. Write it down, even if the words don't make sense. Let the sentence be messy. Let the feeling be incomplete. The act of writing is more than expression, it's excavation. You dig beneath the surface and uncover what's been quietly pulling your strings, what's been shaping your moods, your reactions, your distance from others, and once it's out of you, even just a little, there's room to breathe again. Other times the release comes through conversation. A single sentence shared with someone you trust can break years of inattention. Not because they fix it for you, but because saying it out loud proves it no longer has to hide. There's a weight that lifts when you hear your own voice speak what your heart's been holding. It doesn't have to be eloquent. It doesn't have to be a speech. It just has to be real. The moment your truth becomes audible, it loses its power to silently hurt you. But even if you're not ready to speak it, you can still face it. Even a breath, a deep, honest breath, where you admit what you're feeling without spinning it into a story, is a step. Sometimes the body can release what the mind is still holding. Grief, anger, guilt, they're not just mental concepts. They live in the breath, in the shoulders, in the gut. And the more you allow space for them to rise and pass through, the lighter you feel. Not because they've vanished, but because you're no longer alone with them. You've met them. You've listened. Aristotle believed that knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom, but knowing isn't just a mental act. It's emotional, spiritual, energetic. It's learning to sit with the parts of yourself you once ran from and realizing they're not as terrifying as you imagined. They were just waiting for you to stop pretending they weren't there. Unspoken pain isolates. It makes you believe you're the only one struggling, the only one carrying something too heavy to name. But once you bring it into light, even a flicker, you realize how many others are carrying their own unspoken weight, and suddenly your pain connects you. It doesn't isolate you. And in that connection, a new kind of strength is born, a strength rooted in honesty, not performance. There's nothing weak about struggling. There's nothing broken about having something to say, but not knowing how. The struggle only becomes heavier when you convince yourself it needs to stay hidden. It doesn't. You are allowed to speak, to write, to feel, to let the thoughts that never found a voice finally be heard, because until you do, they will keep whispering in the background, pulling your focus, dulling your clarity. But once you let them out, even imperfectly, they begin to lose their shape. What once felt like a storm becomes a passing cloud. What once felt like a wall becomes a doorway. And on the other side of that door, there is light, not perfect peace, but space, breath, possibility, and most importantly, the freedom to move forward. There's a kind of pain that doesn't shout. It lingers, quiet and persistent. It's the ache of moments that should have ended long ago, but still live in your mind like they happened yesterday. You find yourself replaying the same conversations, the same mistakes, the same losses. Not because they deserve that space, but because part of you is still trying to rewrite them. You think if you revisit it just one more time, maybe you'll understand. Maybe you'll feel differently. Maybe it'll hurt less. But it doesn't. It never does. Because the past doesn't change. Only your relationship to it can. It's a strange thing we do, reopening old wounds as if we might find peace hidden somewhere inside them. But what we often find isn't healing, it's erosion. Every time we relive a painful moment, we tear it open again, hoping it will give us something new. It won't. The moment has already happened. The words were already said. The silence already fell. What remains is just the echo, and echoes can't harm you unless you mistake them for the present. Unless you start living in response to a noise that no longer exists, you can't build focus in a mind full of ghosts. The brain, incredible as it is, can only hold so much attention at once. When you're constantly pulled back into past regrets, there's little energy left for clarity. You can't be fully present when you're emotionally anchored to something behind you. The irony is, most of the things we fixate on can't be changed, and yet they consume us. They blur the present. They make it hard to see what's right in front of us. You're not really stuck because of what happened. You're stuck because you haven't let go of what never gave you peace. Letting go doesn't mean you pretend it didn't matter. It means you stop giving it the power to define you. It didn't matter. It means you stop giving it the power to define you. You stop trying to harvest new meaning from a season that already passed. You allow the wound to close, not because it wasn't deep, but because you deserve to stop bleeding. And that decision, that choice to release, is often the first real step toward mental freedom. Epictetus said, "People are not disturbed by things, but by the views they take of them." It's not what happened. It's how tightly you continue to grip it that causes the suffering. Sometimes we hold on because we think it protects us, that if we remember the pain, we won't make the same mistake. But memory isn't protection. Awareness is. You don't need to carry the full weight of the past to learn from it. You don't need to relive it to honor the lesson. And you definitely don't need to let it run your life from the shadows. Forgiveness, especially of yourself, is not a weakness. It's not a soft option. It's a discipline. It takes strength to say, I did the best I could with what I knew then, and now I choose to move forward. Forgiveness of others, too, isn't about them deserving it. Some people won't understand the damage they caused. Some will never change. But if you carry their actions like a bag of stones everywhere you go, they still control you. Forgiveness isn't a gift to them. It's a release for you. It's how you tell your mind, you don't have to carry this anymore. You release the echo so you can hear your own voice again, the one buried beneath all the noise. Because clarity can't grow where resentment has rooted itself deep. Some will argue that letting go is just avoidance, but true release isn't denial. It's confrontation without attachment. It's looking at the memory, honoring it, and deciding not to let it consume another hour of your life. It's stepping out of the mental loop that tells you if you keep thinking about it, you'll find something new. You won't. What you'll find is fatigue, paralysis, disconnection from the present, and maybe worst of all, you'll miss the life that's trying to bloom because you're too focused on what already withered. You have to ask yourself, how much longer are you willing to let yesterday ruin today? How much longer will you keep trading your peace for pain that's already been paid? Letting go isn't erasing the past, it's rewriting your relationship with it. It's learning to look back and feel something different, not because the past changed, but because you did. And in that shift, in that inner decision to stop bleeding from the same wound, focus returns, energy returns, life returns. And it's not always a grand moment. Sometimes letting go is subtle. A thought comes up and you breathe instead of engage. A memory resurfaces and you choose to observe it instead of relive it. You start speaking more kindly to yourself. You stop telling the same story over and over, and one day you realize it's not heavy anymore. It's not gone, but it's no longer holding you. So when the mind starts to echo, pause, recognize it. Remind yourself, this is not the present. This is not your identity. This is just a thought, not a life sentence. You've already walked through the fire. You don't have to keep sitting in the smoke. Let the echo fade and listen to what's here now. The breath, the stillness, the chance to begin again. Clear, focused, and free. There's a voice that follows you, not outside but inside. It doesn't scream. It whispers. It sounds like your own thoughts, your own words, your own judgment, and that's what makes it so convincing. It says things like, "You're falling behind. You should have done more. You'll never get this right." It tells you to try harder, but never lets you rest. It pushes you forward, but never lets you feel enough. And while it might wear the mask of motivation, underneath it is fear. The fear of being left behind, of being rejected, of not measuring up to some impossible standard you never consciously agreed to. That voice doesn't come from nowhere. It's built from years of comparison, perfectionism, and unmet expectations. It learned its lines from school systems, social media, critical family members, and your own patterns of self-doubt. Over time, it became automatic, so automatic that you stopped questioning it. You just listened, and the more you listened, the more it shaped your choices. You stopped taking risks. You started shrinking. You began to believe that maybe that voice is the real you, but it's not. It's just a script, one that was written without your permission and can be rewritten at any time. The thing is, you don't silence that voice by yelling at it. You don't win by arguing. That only gives it more power, more airtime. You silence it by proving it wrong, not with grand victories, but with small, quiet acts of courage, by showing up on days when everything feels messy, by taking one more step when the voice says you'll fail anyway, by choosing to believe that progress matters more than perfection, because perfection is a lie the inner critic uses to keep you frozen. If it can convince you that anything less than flawless is failure, it wins. But the moment you choose motion over mastery, you start starving that voice. You don't need to wait for the voice to go away to begin. You begin with it present, and in doing so, you chip away at its authority. Every time you show up despite the fear, despite the doubt, you create evidence, real, lived proof that the voice isn't telling the full story, and the more evidence you gather, the quieter it becomes. Not because it's gone, but because you're no longer giving it your full attention. Your focus shifts. You start listening to a new voice, the one rooted in experience, not fear. That new voice won't be perfect either. It may still hesitate, but it will feel different. It will feel like kindness, like clarity, like you finally have your own back. Carl Jung once wrote, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." And maybe that's why the inner critic exists, to keep us from doing that. Because once you accept yourself, not just the good, but the flaws, the mess, the unfinished parts, you become unshakable. The critic loses its leverage when there's nothing left to shame. Of course, the voice will still try. It will come back when you're tired, when you're stretched thin, when you fail or fall short. It will say, "See? You never changed, but you'll know better now." You'll know that failure doesn't define you, it informs you. You'll know that one bad day doesn't undo the steps you've taken, and in that knowing, there's peace. Not the kind that comes from everything being perfect, but the kind that comes from trusting yourself, even when things aren't. You don't owe that voice a single explanation. You don't have to justify your pace or your growth to anyone, especially not the version of you that was shaped by fear. What matters is how you show up now. What matters is that you keep choosing to try, to learn, to care, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard, because every time you do, you prove something important, that you are not the voice in your head. You are the one who chooses what to do next. Seneca said, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality." And that's what the inner critic does best. It builds imagined fears and dresses them up as truth. But once you see that, once you realize how much of your pain was built on stories that were never real, you begin to reclaim your power. You begin to live, not just survive. You begin to create, speak, try, and grow. Not because the voice disappeared, but because it no longer defines what you do with your day. Stop feeding it your energy, your time, your belief, to create a life where your actions speak louder than the noise. A life where your worth isn't measured by perfection, but by presence, by effort, by intention. The voice may always be there like static in the background, but you don't have to tune in. You can choose what channel you listen to. And that choice, made day after day, becomes your freedom, not all at once, but steadily, quietly, powerfully. You could sit in the most peaceful place on earth, no traffic, no noise, no deadlines, no demands, and still feel like you're drowning. Because stillness has never been about silence on the outside. It's about silence on the inside, and that's much harder to find. Your surroundings could be calm, but if your mind is racing, if your thoughts are shouting over one another, if you're stuck in the loop of what if and what was, then even the quietest place becomes loud. That's the trap most people fall into. They chase external peace, believing it will calm the storm within. But peace isn't something you stumble across. It's something you practice. Stillness Real stillness isn't accidental. It's intentional. It doesn't show up when everything is finally perfect. It shows up when you learn to stop needing everything to be perfect in the first place. You don't find it in silence. You create it. You create it by learning how to sit with yourself, not to run, not to distract, not to fix, but to be. And that's where things start to shift. Because when you stop trying to escape your mind, you finally give yourself the chance to understand it. We live in a world that glorifies movement. We've been conditioned to believe that doing more means being more. So when we pause, even briefly, we feel guilty, unproductive, behind. But what if the most valuable thing you could do is nothing at all? Not in the sense of laziness or indifference, but in the sense of presence, real, rooted presence, sitting still, breathing slowly, noticing your thoughts without chasing them. That's not avoidance. That's courage. That's awareness. That's mastery. And it doesn't come easily. The moment you sit in stillness, your mind will try to fill the space. Old memories, tasks left undone, fears you buried long ago, they'll all rise. And that's the point. Stillness is not about avoiding the noise, it's about facing it without flinching. You sit with what shows up, and instead of running, you listen. Not to judge, not to react, but to understand. This is the kind of stillness that changes people, the kind that strengthens you from the inside out. Seneca once wrote, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, and it's in stillness that we finally learn what that means, because when you're still, the future loses its grip. You stop living for tomorrow. You stop reliving yesterday, and you begin to experience the only moment you've ever actually had, this one. The breath you're taking right now, the sensation of being alive without needing to do or fix or prove anything, but it takes practice. You have to return to it daily, not as a task to complete, but as a gift. You give yourself 5 minutes, 10, no music, no scrolling, no stimulation, just breath, just awareness, and in that small window of time, your nervous system begins to reset. Your thoughts begin to slow. You start seeing clearly what stress had made blurry. And over time, that clarity follows you into your life, into your conversations, into your choices. You become less reactive, more present, more centered. Stillness becomes a compass, a quiet reminder that you are not your impulses, that you don't have to answer every thought, that you don't have to rush every moment. When you carry stillness within you, chaos doesn't shake you the same way. You might still face pressure, uncertainty, even loss. But instead of being thrown by it, you respond to it, with presence, with patience, with power. Because your sense of peace no longer depends on what happens around you. It lives within you. Carl Jung believed that silence is of great help to a man who is in process of discovering something in his soul. And that's what stillness truly is, a mirror. A chance to see yourself without distraction, without noise, without the masks. And what you find there isn't always comfortable, but it's real. And from that realness, growth begins. Most people never give themselves that chance. They fill every empty space with something. They're afraid of boredom, but what they're really afraid of is meeting themselves, afraid of the questions that might rise, the truths that might surface. But until you face those things, they quietly control you. They live in your decisions, in your relationships, in your distractions. Stillness isn't just peace, it's power, because it brings everything hidden into the light. And when you know yourself deeply, when you've sat in stillness and faced your own mind, The world outside feels less threatening. You become less desperate for noise, less addicted to stimulation, less pulled by every problem, because you've already stood in the center of the storm and learned to breathe. You've built something solid inside, something no one can give you and no one can take away. So give yourself that time, not someday, not when you've finished everything else, but now. A few moments, a quiet corner, a deep breath. Let your thoughts rise, let your body relax. Let your mind settle, not by force, but by patience. And in that space, you'll find more than peace. You'll find yourself, not the version shaped by stress or expectation, but the one that's always been there, waiting to be heard. Stillness is not a luxury, it's a necessity. In a world that never stops moving, stillness is how you remember who you are. And from that memory, you begin to live, not in reaction, but in alignment, not in noise, but in clarity, not in fear, but in truth. Your mind doesn't just record what you experience, it builds your reality from it. And the raw material it uses most often isn't truth, it's attention. Whatever you consistently look at, whether it's peace or pain, fear or gratitude, your mind begins to shape itself around it. It doesn't judge what's useful or destructive, it simply adapts. That's the strange power of attention. It's quiet, it's subtle, but it's the architect of your inner world. And once you begin to understand that, you realize that mental clarity doesn't come from thinking harder. It comes from looking in the right direction. If you constantly focus on what's broken, what's missing, what's wrong, your mind will become an expert at finding more of it. Not because that's all that exists, but because that's what you've trained it to recognize. The brain is highly responsive. It builds pathways based on repetition. Focus becomes habit. Habit becomes identity, and identity over time becomes the filter through which you see every experience. That's why some people always seem lost in their problems. It's not because their life is worse, it's because their attention is trained on what's hurting. But the same mechanism works in your favor too. Shift the focus even slightly toward what's healing, toward what's working, toward small, quiet moments of meaning, and you begin to build new mental roads. You start noticing things you once overlooked, your breath slowing, the kindness in someone's eyes, the small victories you never counted before. This isn't about toxic positivity or pretending life is perfect. It's about choosing what deserves your attention, because not everything does. You don't need to force positive thinking. You don't need to fight the negative. You only need to redirect, slowly, gently, deliberately. There's a difference, and when you practice that redirection daily, even for a few minutes, you start to reclaim your energy, because attention is energy, and where it goes, your life begins to follow. You don't need all the answers to take the next step. You just need the courage to begin exactly as you are, right where you are, because clarity isn't something you wait for. It's something you earn by moving through the fog. Let this be the moment you stop waiting and start becoming. What if I told you the most important moment of your entire day lasts only 3 seconds? That fragile space right before you open your eyes, when you are not yet the disappointment, not yet the failure, not yet the person falling behind. Just awareness, pure, untouched consciousness. And then reality rushes in. The same problems, the same story, the same version of you. The ancient Stoics believed that a split second is the real you before the world writes over you again. Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, lost everything in a shipwreck and said, I made a prosperous voyage when I suffered shipwreck. He wasn't being poetic. He woke up. Today, we'll break that old story and rebuild your mind with 7 Stoic laws, each one designed to free you from the cages you didn't even realize you built. Like this video, comment, "I choose me," and let's begin. 1. You're not depressed, you're domesticated. Every morning, an alarm goes off that cuts right through your dream. It starts when you roll over and look at a glowing rectangle. Before you even take your first breath, you are trained. Look, scroll, compare, and do. We call this productivity these days. For Stoics, it would be called being confined. Every day, you do things that are meant to make you easy to control, not free you by due dates, alerts, and unnoticed systems that reward submission and punish stillness. This is what you call being sensible. But be honest, when was the last time that doing that made you feel alive? Take a look at your life right now. It's not the Instagram version with the filtered highlights. It's the version where you're lying awake at 2 a.m. and staring at the ceiling, thinking how something that looks so stable can feel so choked. You are not sad, you are tamed. You learn somewhere along the way to trade your instincts for instructions, your interest for following the rules, and your wildness for being liked. You figure out how to live on your own. You wake up, eat at noon, work until the screen tells you to stop, and smile when your soul is tired. Then you wonder why your body feels like a stranger's home and why everything inside you feels out of sync. You are not broken. You are just responding naturally to an unusual situation. This is something the Stoics knew a long time before we made glass towers and offices. Their mindset wasn't about keeping your feelings in check. It was about getting your life in sync with nature, not rivers and woods, but who you really are. Marcus Aurelius said, "Look inside. The source of good is inside. It's your beat, your meaning, your peace. They don't come from rules set by other people, but from action and being in harmony with each other." Alexander the Great offered wealth and comfort to Diogenes, the scholar who lived in a barrel. Diogenes looked up and said, "Get out of my light." He wasn't against comfort. He hated being dependent. He wouldn't let the demands of kings hold him back. He picked freedom over being liked. When was the last time you did that? We thought slavery was civilization. It seems to us that control means growth. We praise the man who never stops, never asks why, and never changes things up. We feel bad for the person who goes barefoot into the morning light, though who laughs for no reason? Who has the nerve to waste time, since he's still living? My friend, you're not lazy. You're worn out from acting. You've been acting out a version of yourself for years that fits into everyone else's story but your own. Your chest hurts, but it's not loss. Being polite is making your wild self suffocate. Here is your challenge to be stoic. Take back a part of your day from the script. You should eat when you're hungry, not when the clock hits 12. Don't bring your phone with you when you walk. Do not try to fix or improve yourself while you sit in silence. Try to do something utterly useless. Sing in the kitchen. Don't dance well. Make up crap. For no reason, watch the sunset. And when that voice inside your head says, "This is silly," know that it's your cage talking, the voice that fears your freedom more than your failure. Do not forget that nature does not move quickly, but everything gets done. Rivers don't have to be told to move. The storm doesn't plan when to thunder. Why should you? After you stop living by other people's rules and schedules and start living by your own, the fog in your mind starts to clear. it dawns on you that peace isn't a prize. It's your natural state, buried deep in years of training. You're not sick. You are a crazy animal trying to stay alive in a cage. Most of the time, depression is not a disease of the mind. It's the soul's protest against being confined. So stop learning to obey. Don't do what makes you small. Stay true to your being living, because you'll see that the cage wasn't locked once you stop acting and start living. You forgot that you had the key the whole time.
2. Stop feeding the addiction to suffering.
Let's be honest. Pain can feel like home, not because you enjoy it, but because it's familiar. You've carried it for so long that the absence of pain feels suspicious, even unsafe. It's the weight you've learned to balance your identity on. That's why, when peace finally arrives, you don't trust it. You start searching for the next problem, the next disappointment, the next reason to prove your suffering was justified. You're not weak for doing this. You're conditioned. Modern life rewards pain with attention. Post about your wounds and the world listens. Post about your peace and it scrolls right past. Without realizing it, you've learned that your struggles make you someone, while your healing makes you invisible. But here's the truth. Pain is not meant to be a permanent address. It's a message, not a home. The Stoics taught this relentlessly. Epictetus lost everything: freedom, status, comfort. Yet he said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you respond that matters." When you build your identity around what happened, you hand your life to the event. When you build it around your response, you take it back. The benefit of letting go isn't denial, it's liberation. You reclaim energy that was feeding your wounds and redirect it toward growth. You stop being a monument to what broke you and become proof that healing is possible. Think about it. Every time you say, "I'm just not good with people," or "I've always been anxious," or "I've never been lucky," you're not describing reality. You're renewing a contract with your suffering. You're feeding it 3 meals a day with language and attention. The brain believes whatever it hears most often. So your pain becomes your proof, your story becomes your cage, and you start mistaking identity for intimacy, connecting with others only through shared misery instead of shared possibility. That's why content about despair feels so addictive. It doesn't make you feel better. It makes you feel seen. Algorithms understand this better than most therapists. They keep feeding you more of what hurts you because it keeps you watching. But suffering loses its grip the moment you stop rehearsing it. You don't need to deny your pain. You just need to stop worshipping it. When something hurts, feel it fully. Then close the page. Don't turn it into scripture. The Stoics believed emotions are teachers, not tyrants. They show up to reveal what still needs attention, then they leave once the lesson is learned. You don't have to build a temple around every tear. Here's the benefit of letting go. The moment you stop feeding the addiction, your mind quiets. You start noticing that life isn't a constant storm, it just has weather. Some days rain, some days sun, but beneath it all, there's ground, stable, solid, waiting. You remember what peace actually feels like, and you realize it was never gone. It was just buried under the noise of your suffering's monologue. So here's your Stoic exercise. For the next 24 hours, don't talk about your struggles, not to others, not to yourself. When the urge comes to explain how hard it's been, notice it. Don't fight it. Just breathe through it and say quietly, "This moment is workable." Then spend 1 week collecting evidence, not for why your life is hard, but for why it's workable. When something goes smoothly, when a stranger smiles, when the weight lifts even for a few seconds, write it down. These small wins are not trivial. They're proof that your suffering isn't your whole story. And if you fall back into the old habit, repeating pain, replaying hurt, don't shame yourself. Just catch it, name it, and remind yourself, I'm detoxing, because that's exactly what this is, a withdrawal from emotional dependency. You've been high on heartbreak, intoxicated by misery, hooked on the illusion that your pain is what makes you real, but you are really long before the pain ever arrives. You existed before the story began, and you will exist after it ends. Stop feeding what's trying to die inside you. Your pain doesn't need more attention. Your healing does. And the moment you stop narrating your suffering like a legacy, you create space for a new identity. One built not on what you've endured, but on what you've chosen. 3. Break the cage of potential. Why do we cling to potential like it's a treasure, yet treat action like it's a threat? Because potential feels safe. It's a fantasy version of ourselves we can love without risking rejection. It's the dream we get to polish endlessly without ever having to test it against reality. As long as your potential remains theoretical, you never have to fail. You never have to confront the possibility that you might not be as exceptional as you hope, or worse, that you might actually be brilliant, but only if you're willing to destroy the comfortable life built on hesitation. We glorify potential because it lets us stay noble in our procrastination. I could do that if I had time. If I really tried, I'd be great. These are elegant lies that protect your ego from exposure. The Stoics would call it self-deception, a form of pride disguised as humility. Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." Most people never get past the first part. They spend their lives endlessly defining who they might be, never crossing into the hard, messy, sacred work of doing. Why? Because clarity creates accountability. Once you declare what you want, every day you don't pursue it becomes a confession of fear. You've turned your potential into a museum exhibit, polished, untouchable, admired, but lifeless. You show it off in conversations. I've been thinking of writing a book. I want to start a business. I'm planning to get in shape. Yet months pass and nothing moves. You're protecting the fantasy of greatness from the reality of growth. But the irony is brutal. Potential unused doesn't stay powerful. It decays. It leaks energy, corrodes ambition, and eventually turns into guilt. You start resenting yourself, not because you failed, but because you never tried. That resentment is the soul's rebellion against wasted fuel. Here's the cost of staying in the cage. The longer you avoid action, the heavier your self-doubt becomes. You start confusing inaction with reflection, hesitation with wisdom, and perfectionism with purpose. You tell yourself you're waiting for the right moment, but deep down you're waiting for permission that will never come. The Stoics taught that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the decision to move despite it. Marcus Aurelius didn't wait for ideal conditions to rule an empire or face a plague. He acted from principle, not convenience. You don't need certainty to begin. You need motion to discover what's true. And when you finally step into action, imperfect, trembling, raw, something miraculous happens. Reality meets you halfway. The moment you trade potential for practice, the air gets clearer. The anxiety that once paralyzed you transforms into focus. Because movement, even flawed movement, kills fear faster than logic ever could. Your mind can argue with ideas forever, but it can't argue with results. You gain evidence that you can adapt, survive, and grow. And that evidence rewires your self-belief. So here's your Stoic challenge. Do something you're terrible at, in public. Write the first page and post it. Record the messy first video. Sign up for that class you've been researching. Stop protecting your hypothetical excellence and start nurturing your real progress. You'll feel exposed, awkward, maybe even embarrassed. Good. That discomfort is aliveness. That trembling is proof you're burning potential into power. Remember, the Stoics never worshipped perfection. They worshipped progress. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." Every time you postpone action for fear of imperfection, you suffer twice. Once in fantasy, once in regret. But when you act, even clumsily, you break the loop. You turn someday into today. You turn theory into transformation. Stop rehearsing your greatness. Start demonstrating it. The world doesn't need your flawless potential. It needs your imperfect presence. You don't honor your gifts by hiding them. You honor them by using them until they burn bright enough to light someone else's path. 4. Permission is an inside job. Proheresis. What are you still waiting for? For someone to tell you it's finally your time. For the world to stop long enough to give you a clear sign that it's safe to begin. You've built an entire identity around waiting, for validation, for conditions, for permission. You tell yourself you're being patient, strategic, and mature. But deep down, you're not waiting for a perfect moment. You're waiting for someone else to give you the courage you've always had. The truth is nobody's coming. No parent, no partner, no boss, no divine signal from the universe is going to arrive with a certificate that says you may now begin your real life. Because permission is not an external event, it's an internal decision. The Stoics called it prohieresis, the faculty of choice, the one power no circumstance can take from you. Epictetus said, "You may fetter my leg, but not even Zeus can conquer my will," meaning the world can limit what you can do, but it can never control what you decide to do. Yet most people live as if the opposite were true, obeying invisible rules, chasing invisible approval, apologizing for their own existence. Why do we do this? Because we were raised in systems that reward obedience over originality. From childhood, you were taught to wait your turn, to raise your hand, to seek permission before speaking, creating, or even dreaming. Then you grew up, but the conditioning stayed. Now, before you send that message, start that project, move cities, or change your life, you still look around subconsciously for someone to nod yes, and when nobody does, you interpret the silence as rejection, not freedom. That's the tragedy. The absence of permission was never a no. It was the universe whispering, "You decide." Think about the people you admire, the artist who shares imperfect work, the entrepreneur who starts while everyone says it's too risky, the athlete who trains in obscurity for a dream nobody else believes in. None of them were granted permission. They took it. They acted before they felt ready. Because readiness isn't a feeling that comes before the leap. It's a muscle you develop by leaping. You don't become confident and then act. You act, and confidence follows like a shadow. Waiting for permission keeps you trapped in the prelude of your own story, eternally preparing but never performing. Here's the paradox. The longer you wait, the less permission you feel you have. Each day of hesitation adds another invisible lock to the door, and you start to believe that courage belongs to others, to the chosen, the lucky, the confident. But the Stoics knew better. They believed virtue, not approval, defines the right moment. Marcus Aurelius wrote, Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one. Translation: stop asking if it's okay to live, just live. So here's your Stoic practice. Take out a sheet of paper. Make 2 columns. On the left, write every action you've delayed because you're not ready. On the right, write whose permission you're waiting for. A name, a role, a vague authority figure. Then, next to each, write the truth. This person isn't coming. Watch what happens. You'll feel a mix of fear and release. Fear, because the safety net of waiting is gone, and release, because you realize you've always had the key. Now, permit yourself to do one thing today that you've postponed for too long. Send the email, book the class, have the hard conversation. It won't be perfect. It's not supposed to be. The goal isn't flawless execution. It's reclaiming authorship, because every act of self-authorization is a declaration of freedom. You stop living on borrowed courage. You start building your own. The world doesn't need more people waiting for a sign. It needs people brave enough to be the sign. The only permission that matters has been yours all along. The permission to choose, to begin, to live, before you feel qualified. I permit myself to begin. 5. Grieve the life you didn't live. What if your sadness isn't depression, but grief? Grief for the person you never became. There's no funeral for the dreams that died quietly while you were being practical. No one sends flowers when you bury your younger self under responsibility and fear. The world congratulates you for being mature, but deep down, something sacred went missing. That dull heaviness you carry isn't weakness. It's mourning. You're grieving unlived moments, abandoned callings, and a version of yourself that never had the chance to breathe. The Stoics never said grief was wrong. They said it was necessary. Seneca wrote, "What need is there to weep over parts of life?" The whole of it calls for tears, but they also taught that tears are meant to flow, not stagnate. When you suppress grief, it doesn't disappear. It turns into numbness, irritability, or a quiet sense that life has lost its color. You scroll for hours, chase distractions, overwork, or chase affection, not to find joy, but to drown the sound of what you've lost. But the soul keeps score, and every time you ignore that ache, it tightens, like a ghost pulling at your sleeve, whispering, "Remember me." You see, grief isn't just about people who've died, it's about futures that never happened. The artist who stopped creating, the dreamer who settled, the lover who stayed silent, the fighter who gave up. Somewhere between your 20s and now, you traded wonder for practicality, passion for predictability, and called it growth. But real growth doesn't mean killing your past selves. It means honoring them, learning from their hopes, forgiving their mistakes, and carrying forward their essence in a wiser form. The benefit of facing this grief is profound. Once you name it, it stops haunting you. Depression whispers, "Nothing will ever change." Grief says, "Something has ended." Now what begins? That's the difference. Depression paralyzes. Grief moves. It cracks you open, lets light in, makes space for new meaning. When you deny it, you stay stuck in emotional purgatory, half alive, half remembering. But when you let yourself feel it fully, you begin to live again, grounded in truth instead of illusion. Here's a truth nobody tells you. You're allowed to grieve the life you didn't live. You're allowed to miss the fearless version of you who believed anything was possible. You're allowed to cry for the dreams that didn't survive your survival. That doesn't make you ungrateful. It makes you honest. The Stoics called this acceptance of fate, not fatalism. but the courage to look at what is without denial or distortion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Do not be ashamed of help. It is your destiny to need it." In the same way, don't be ashamed of sorrow. It is your destiny to feel it. Here's your Stoic practice. Tonight, write a eulogy for the version of you who never made it use their name. Here lies the version of me who wanted to. Describe their dreams, their light, their innocence. Thank them for getting you this far. Then say goodbye. Fold the paper, burn it, bury it, or simply let it go. This isn't a ritual of loss, it's one of liberation. You're not burying yourself. You're releasing the ghost that's been standing in your way. Afterward, ask the question Stoics use to rebuild meaning. What now? What now that you've acknowledged the past? What now that the morning is complete? What value can you resurrect from what's gone? Let your grief refine you, not define you. Use it to build, to love, to live more urgently and authentically. Grief, when faced with courage, becomes a teacher. It reminds you that time is fragile, that possibilities expire, that the only thing worse than death is never having lived fully while you had the chance. Don't let the person you didn't become be a gravestone you visit. Let them be a foundation you build from. I grieve fully, then live fully. 6. You are not the narrator in your head. Have you ever noticed that your mind never stops talking? It comments on everything. What you're doing, what you should have said, what might go wrong tomorrow, what others might think right now. You could be sitting in silence, yet inside there's a constant broadcast, a narrator telling stories about your life. It pretends to be you, same voice, same vocabulary. But here's the shock. It's not. You are not the voice. You are the awareness hearing it. That distinction is the line between peace and chaos. The Stoics understood this centuries ago. They warned that the mind, left untrained, becomes both the torturer and the prisoner. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." But most people live as if their thoughts are orders instead of opinions. When the mind says you're worthless, you believe it. When it says everyone's ahead of you, you react. You let unverified thoughts dictate emotions, decisions, and even your self-worth. That's like letting a stranger walk into your home and rearrange your furniture every day, then wondering why nothing feels right. The reason we mistake thoughts for truth is simple. They sound familiar. They speak in our tone, recall our memories, and use our fears as vocabulary. So, we assume they must be us. But the Stoics, and later modern psychology, reveal that thoughts are simply mental weather. They come and go, some bright, some dark, none permanent. You don't have to fight every storm that passes through your sky. You just need to remember you are the sky, not the weather. Imagine this. Your mind is like a radio that never turns off. It plays whatever frequency your attention tunes into. When you're anxious, it broadcasts danger. When you're insecure, it leads to self-criticism. When you're exhausted, it whispers hopelessness. And every time you react, you're turning up the volume. The Stoics didn't try to silence the mind. They learned to observe it. They practiced awareness so sharp it could slice through illusion. Epictetus said, "Men are disturbed not by things, but by the view they take of them." Translation: life doesn't hurt you, your interpretation does. Here's the benefit of understanding this. Once you separate awareness from the noise, your suffering starts to dissolve. You realize that most of your pain isn't caused by events, but by commentary, an overactive narrator dramatizing every experience. Think about it. How many arguments have you replayed long after they ended? How many nights have you relived imaginary futures that never came true? You weren't in danger. You were listening to a story, and the more attention you gave it, the more believable it became. Here's your Stoic practice. The next time your mind starts narrating, "I'll never get out of this. They don't like me. I'm falling behind." Pause. Don't argue. Don't obey. Just say silently, "That's a thought, not a prophecy, not a command, just weather passing through." Then take a slow breath, look around, and notice reality. Your actual surroundings, your heartbeat, your breath, your body in this moment. Ask yourself, is anything truly wrong right now, 90% of the time? The answer is no. The crisis exists only in the commentary. Each time you do this, you strengthen your prohoresis, your faculty of choice. The same concept Stoics saw as sacred. You build distance between stimulus and response. You become the witness, not the puppet. The voice can scream, insult, predict, panic, but you, the awareness, remain calm. That calmness is not emptiness, it's clarity. And from clarity comes control. Over time, this awareness becomes your default state. The thoughts keep coming, but you no longer mistake them for orders. You start filtering your inner dialogue the way a Stoic filters external noise, discerning what's useful, discarding what's poison. And in that silence between thoughts, you'll find something extraordinary. Peace that doesn't depend on circumstances. You are not the narrator. You are the listener. You are not the storm. You are the sky. Let the thoughts come. Let them go. And stay where you've always been. Still, steady and free. I am the space, not the storm. 7. The 3-second choice that builds your day. What if every morning, before you even open your eyes, you've already made a choice to become the same version of yourself again? 3 seconds, that's all it takes. You wake up, remember your name, your job, your disappointments, your fears, and just like that, you step back into yesterday. The same worries, the same patterns, the same self-story you promised you'd outgrow. You call it routine, but it's repetition. You call it normal, but it's hypnosis. Those 3 seconds decide whether today becomes a new beginning or just a sequel to your old life. The Stoics called this moment premeditatio, the premeditation of the day. They believed the quality of your morning determines the character of your mind. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." But instead of gratitude, most of us start with anxiety. We grab our phones, scroll through other people's lives, and by the time our feet hit the floor, we're already reacting, already behind, already becoming the person our habits decided we would be. Here's why that happens. The brain craves familiarity more than happiness. It would rather repeat misery it understands than risk freedom it doesn't. Every thought, every emotion you choose upon waking reinforces an identity, and identities love consistency. You think, "I'm tired, I'm stressed, I'm behind," and your mind obeys, designing a day that fulfills that prophecy. You live in a psychological rerun because it feels safer than change, but safety isn't peace. It's stagnation disguised as control. The Stoic alternative is radical awareness. They didn't wait for the day to decide their mindset. They decided their mindset before the day began. They knew choice precedes emotion. They trained themselves to meet the morning not with reaction, but with direction. That's the 3-second window, the sacred pause before memory takes over. In that space, you can rewrite the script. You can whisper to yourself, "Today, I choose to be conscious." And that whisper is enough to alter everything that follows. Think about the power hidden in that pause. Before the first email, before the news, before the noise, you decide what kind of human you'll be. Will you react or respond? Will you scroll or create? Those 3 seconds are a doorway. Most people sleepwalk past it. But once you learn to stand on that threshold, even for a breath, you remember that life isn't something happening to you. It's something you're continuously choosing. Here's your Stoic practice. Tomorrow morning, when you wake up, keep your eyes closed for 3 seconds. Don't reach for your phone. Don't reach for yesterday. Instead, take one deep breath and ask silently, who do I want to be today? Not what do I have to do, but who do I choose to be? Then make one micro-choice that honors that person. Maybe that version of you doesn't check messages for 10 minutes. Maybe they drink water before caffeine. Maybe they speak kindly to themselves in the mirror. One choice. That's all it takes to tilt the axis of your entire day. Before bed, do an evening inventory. Review the day and count how many moments you lived intentionally versus automatically. Don't judge, just notice. Awareness itself is a transformation. Every time you notice, you reclaim a piece of your will from autopilot. 3 seconds in the morning, 3 minutes at night. That's the simplest Stoic ritual in existence. And yet, it can rebuild your entire identity. Because discipline isn't a list of rules. It's the art of remembering who you are before the world tells you who to be. So tomorrow, when you wake up and that tiny pause appears between dreaming and remembering, don't rush past it. Guard it like sacred ground, because that's where your new life begins. 8. Virtue over applause. Embody. Don't perform. You've made it here, and that already means something. You've just walked through 7 Stoic laws that strip away illusion after illusion, peeling back everything false until what remains is real. You've seen how comfort can cage you, how pain can become identity, how potential can paralyze, how permission can imprison, how grief can suffocate, how the mind can deceive, and how choice can liberate. But now comes the hardest part, living it. Because philosophy means nothing until it's embodied. Stoicism isn't about knowing the truth. It's about becoming it. In a world obsessed with applause, living by virtue feels like rebellion. Everyone's performing confidence, kindness, success, even authenticity. We've mistaken visibility for value. We chase validation like it's oxygen, not realizing that every time we seek approval, we hand our peace to someone else's opinion. Marcus Aurelius ruled the mightiest empire on earth, yet he wrote, "Ambition means tying your well-being to what others say or do. Sanity means tying it to your own actions." He understood what modern life forgets. You don't find freedom by being admired. You find it by being aligned with your principles, your conscience, your truth. Virtue to the Stoics was the only good worth pursuing. Not wealth, not comfort, not fame. Just the daily practice of wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. Wisdom to know what truly matters. Justice to act rightly even when no one sees. Courage to face fear without surrender. Temperance to stay balanced when the world demands extremes. Everything else, success, reputation, comfort is preferred indifferent. Useful, yes, but never defining. Because the moment your peace depends on applause, you've lost sovereignty over your soul. You were not meant to perform your life. You were meant to live it. To walk through your days with integrity so solid, it doesn't need an audience to do the right thing quietly, consistently, especially when nobody's watching. That's what makes you unshakable. Because applause fades, opinions shift, algorithms forget, but virtue endures. It doesn't trend, but it transforms. It gives your life weight, direction, and peace that no praise can replicate. So here's your final Stoic challenge. Choose one virtue, wisdom, justice, courage, or temperance, and make it your compass for the next 24 hours. When faced with a decision, ask, which choice aligns with this virtue? If it's courage, act even when afraid. If it's justice, treat others fairly, especially when no one's keeping score. If it's temperance, pause before excess. If it's wisdom, listen before reacting. This is how you embody philosophy, not in grand gestures, but in microscopic choices that accumulate into character. And when the world fails to notice your integrity, and it will, smile. That's proof you've crossed the line from performance to embodiment. Because a Stoic doesn't need an audience to know who they are. You live for the applause of your own conscience. Look back at everything you've practiced through this journey. You broke the cage of comfort. You stopped worshipping pain. You released the ghost of potential. You permitted yourself. You mourned what was lost. You reclaimed your mind. You began choosing consciously. Every one of those steps was an act of virtue, courage, honesty, self-control, wisdom. You didn't just learn Stoicism, you lived it for 30 minutes. Now, the real practice begins. Tomorrow morning, in the 3 seconds before your old story tries to take over again. That's where the arena waits. So when that moment comes, remember this. You don't need to impress the world. You need to respect your soul. Be the warrior of virtue, not the performer of peace. Be the quiet one whose actions speak louder than words. Be the kind of person you would trust when the world falls apart. Because applause will fade, but virtue will echo. You've just spent 30 minutes rebuilding your mind, piece by piece, truth by truth. But Stoicism isn't meant to stay in a notebook or a video. It's meant to be lived, one deliberate breath at a time. You don't need to fix your whole life overnight. You just need to wake up tomorrow and use those first 3 seconds before the old story returns, and choose differently. Don't chase motivation. Practice consistency. Don't chase approval. Practice virtue. You've seen what happens when you wait for the perfect moment. Nothing. So begin, even imperfectly. Because the difference between who you are and who you want to be isn't distance. It's a decision. This is your call to action. Like this video, share it with someone fighting their invisible battle, and comment below your final declaration, I choose to live, not just exist. Every day from now on, repeat it. Until it's not a sentence, it's your way of life. The noise of the world and the quiet mind. The noise of the world grows louder each year, yet the mind that governs itself grows quieter. Most people chase stability in chaos, never realizing that peace is not something to find, but something to build. There comes a moment in life when you stop trying to fix everything outside and begin to discipline what is inside. In that moment, life starts to respond differently. What you once called coincidence begins to look like design. calmness is not withdrawal from action. It is control over reaction. The Stoics knew that strength was not measured by aggression, but by command of emotion, by the ability to think clearly when others collapse into impulse. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Those who live by this truth stop being victims of time and become architects of it. They stop waiting for the world to settle and instead become the still point it turns around. This is where mastery begins. When you relax into the flow of life rather than fight it, when composure replaces control, and when acceptance becomes strength, everything you resist has already begun to align against you. Everything you accept begins to align for you. Everything is falling into place. Not by luck, not by chance, but by the law of order itself, waiting for you to stand still enough to see it. When a person reaches a certain age, they begin to see that control is often an illusion. They realize that the most stable individuals are not those who force outcomes, but those who trust the unfolding of events through their conduct. Patience becomes their strength. Restraint becomes their method. The Stoics understood that power is not in shaping every event, but in shaping the self that meets them. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together." This is not an invitation to passivity. It is a call to alignment with reality. When the mind ceases to demand that the world behave differently, it begins to move with the world instead of against it. The modern individual is trained to chase, to control, to interfere. Yet, the more they interfere, the more chaos they create. The Stoic posture is not retreat, but balance, the art of knowing when action is required and when acceptance is strength. The person who learns this rhythm begins to experience a quiet alignment between inner order and outer circumstance. Seneca wrote that true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. This is the foundation of patience. A restless mind imagines better moments ahead and suffers by comparison. A disciplined mind sees the value in what stands before it. When one learns to relax, they stop fighting the moment and begin to extract its lesson. The universe does not respond to panic. It responds to posture. When one holds stillness under pressure, the events around them begin to self-correct. This is not mysticism. It is the natural consequence of disciplined perception. A calm mind observes, adapts, and acts cleanly without waste, without noise. Patience is not idleness. It is the active restraint of unnecessary reaction. The one who can wait with composure has already surpassed the one who acts from impulse. Each delay becomes training. Each pause strengthens the gap between stimulus and response. In that gap lies every ounce of freedom a human being will ever know. Epictetus reminded students, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Reaction is the pivot between chaos and clarity. The mature mind measures responses as a craftsman measures a cut, precise, deliberate, irreversible. Through patience, the craftsman of character refines internal tools. Restraint is not weakness. It is the visible form of strength under control. To act only when action serves reason is to stand apart from the restless crowd. One does not withdraw from life. They operate with economy. Energy is conserved, decisions sharpened, and the mind remains unclouded by emotion. The person who trusts the process of life stops chasing validation. They understand that alignment is not achieved by control, but by correction. They correct themselves, their thinking, their expectations, their habits. The world in time mirrors that correction. Outer order grows from inner refinement. When everything seems uncertain, that is the moment to hold still. The untrained mind interprets uncertainty as threat. The mature mind interprets it as transition. Every structure of life rearranges itself when interruption ceases. The Stoic does not seek to rush time. They learn to meet time as it moves. Marcus Aurelius observed, "Time is like a river made up of the events which happen, and its current is strong." The current cannot be held. One can resist it and drown, or move with it and learn its rhythm. Patience teaches rhythm. The one who moves with time begins to act at the right moment, not the earliest. A mind addicted to urgency mistakes motion for progress. The calm mind sees that stillness often precedes clarity. When one no longer rushes the outcome, the path becomes visible. Every problem carries its own timeline. To relax is to respect that timing and to stop treating delay as punishment. Seneca cautioned that he who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than is necessary. Most suffering arises from anticipation. The mind rehearses disaster, imagines judgment, amplifies noise. Yet when events finally occur, they are often manageable. The Stoic trains themselves to wait for reality before responding. Restraint is the mark of a seasoned soul. The untrained mind burns energy in speculation. The trained mind conserves it in observation. Alignment cannot be seen when one is clouded by reaction. Peace reveals the pattern that impatience conceals. The principle of amor fati, to love one's fate, begins with the discipline of waiting. When delay is met with composure, frustration transforms into understanding. The event does not change, but one's relationship to it does. This shift is where alignment begins. Life tests the strength of stillness. The more one chases control, the more control evades them. The moment they relax into clarity, the system begins to reorganize itself around that steadiness. People respond differently. Circumstances ease. The same world feels lighter. Yet only perception has changed. Patience is not only temporal, it is emotional restraint. To relax is not to collapse, but to hold the mind in readiness without tension. The Stoic carries calm as a weapon. Their silence carries command. Their steadiness influences more than their argument. Epictetus taught that external things are not ours. Our judgments about them are to master judgment, is to master peace. When one stops assigning meaning to every turn of fortune, events lose their power to disturb. They still act, but without attachment to the outcome. This is how everything begins to fall into place. The alignment of life is not mechanical. It is moral. Order appears where virtue governs perception. The honest person attracts stability because decisions are not corrupted by impulse. The patient person attracts opportunity because their timing is right. The disciplined person attracts peace because their emotions are clean. Seneca reminded Lucilius that a gem cannot be polished without friction. Waiting is that friction. Through resistance, character shines. The one who avoids discomfort delays refinement. The one who endures discomfort without resentment becomes luminous with quiet power. The external world moves with hidden intelligence. When one fights it, they fragment themselves. When they trust it, they merge with it. Relaxation in the Stoic sense is not softness. It is coordination with the structure of reality. They move as it moves, they stop trying to impose and begin to align. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Let nature take its course, your nature, the nature of the whole." Every event is part of the whole. When one acts in harmony with that whole, their path becomes smoother. Resistance disappears because they no longer divide themselves from what is. They cooperate with the inevitable. The impatient person lives in tension with time. The patient person lives inside its flow. When timing is accepted as intelligence, anxiety dissolves. Life is no longer measured against a schedule that never belonged to them. The Stoic learns to replace pressure with presence. The illusion of failure comes from premature judgment. Defeat is declared before the sequence completes. The disciplined mind holds silence until results mature. Relaxation gives events permission to unfold. Every misstep can redirect toward the correct path if time is allowed to reveal its function. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly." This is the law of growth. Every achievement, every transformation, every healing follows its own duration. The one who trusts that duration acts consistently instead of desperately. Their calm makes them enduring. Patience reveals patterns hidden from the frantic. When the noise of urgency fades, details emerge. It becomes clear that the timing of events is rarely accidental. The people who leave, the opportunities that delay, the closures that force redirection, all serve the design that reason could not have drawn. Seneca taught that the wise person does not hurry the course of destiny. They understand that peace is born from proportion, from matching effort to what can actually be influenced. Relaxation is this proportion in motion, to hold still when needed, to act cleanly when called. This is wisdom embodied. When one relaxes, attention is conserved. Attention becomes energy. Energy becomes direction. Direction held long enough without interference becomes destiny. Everything begins to align with the quality of internal focus. Life rewards those who refuse to panic. When difficulty strikes, stillness becomes strategy. While others react, they observe. While others scatter, they plan. The one who can think under pressure leads without needing to command. Calm becomes authority. Marcus Aurelius reflected, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This is simplicity of conduct. Simplicity breeds peace. When actions are aligned with values, conflict diminishes. The world begins to mirror that simplicity back. A calm mind simplifies life. It stops multiplying interpretations. Each situation becomes a single choice. Respond with virtue or with vice. The disciplined choose virtue without negotiation. Their lives streamline. In that streamlining, alignment appears. Patience transforms obstacles into rhythm. What once felt like delay becomes pacing. It becomes clear that one is not waiting for life. They are synchronizing with it. To relax is to stop running ahead of the process and to let wisdom dictate the tempo. Seneca said, "The greatest remedy for anger is delay." When reaction is delayed, reason returns. The same rule applies to every emotion. Delay restores proportion. The moment one resists the first wave of impulse, they step outside chaos. The Stoic posture in modern life is rare. Many rush to prove, to respond, to defend. Few know how to hold silence long enough for truth to surface. Restraint is now rebellion. Calmness has become a sign of power few understand. Epictetus instructed students to make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. Relaxation lives in that sentence. Do what can be done with excellence. Release the rest. The balance between action and acceptance defines maturity. When this balance is mastered, events align with surprising precision. One begins to encounter the right people, opportunities, and timing without chase. This is not coincidence. It is the visible order that follows internal order. The world bends toward the mind that moves without friction. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself each morning to expect interruption in gratitude and interference, yet remained calm. He understood that life's alignment is not the absence of difficulty, but the presence of steadiness. The one who expects reality to be difficult remains unshaken when it is. Peace does not mean everything is gentle. It means one has become immovable inside turbulence. This inner immovability rearranges the outer storm. To relax is to hold the line of composure until the world exhausts its attempts to unbalance them. Seneca warned against being a slave to hope. Hope, when used incorrectly, becomes dependence on outcomes. The Stoic replaces hope with readiness. They trust their ability to endure and adapt rather than in the arrival of perfect conditions. That trust keeps composure intact. Life falls into place when one stops chasing placement. Each moment arranges itself according to internal order. When one carries chaos, the world reflects it. When one carries stillness, the world mirrors that too. Reality is participatory. It takes the shape of one's state. Patience reveals its reward in hindsight. What once felt delayed often turns out to be precisely timed. Every obstacle contained a redirection. Every pause hid preparation. The one who can wait long enough to see this pattern ceases to doubt the process. To relax is to recognize that peace is the foundation of every outcome. If it is compromised for haste, direction is lost. If it is preserved, direction finds them. Calmness is not passive. It is the ultimate strategy of endurance and clarity. Seneca concluded, "He who has learned to die has unlearned to serve." The Stoic's death is symbolic. It is the death of anxiety about what cannot be changed. When that anxiety dies, peace is born. When peace is born, alignment follows. Everything begins to fall into place when one stops interfering with the flow of cause and effect act, where influence is real. Accept where it is not. Hold steady where time is the teacher. This is how the Stoic lives. In command through surrender, in peace through precision. Epictetus ended one of his lectures by reminding students that no one is free who is not master of themselves. Mastery is not loud. It is quiet control of thought, emotion, and patience. The one who possesses these no longer fears delay. They see alignment as certainty, not luck. Relaxation in the Stoic sense is power in equilibrium. It is the readiness to act without tension, to wait without weakness, to trust without naivety. Everything begins to fall into place when the mind stops forcing it. Disciplined, calm becomes the invisible architect of order itself. Calmness alters the structure of perception. It softens distortion, clears reaction, and sharpens awareness. When one quiets the inner turbulence, the senses regain accuracy. Judgments become proportionate. Thoughts align with observation rather than imagination. The world that once seemed hostile becomes legible. A calm mind sees detail others miss. While agitation narrows attention, calm expands it. Perception freed from urgency begins to register nuance. This precision changes decisions. One no longer acts from fear of loss or desire for approval. Actions begin to reflect understanding rather than reaction. Calmness gives birth to clarity, and clarity rearranges choices. A person grounded in stillness stops responding to illusions. They see intentions more clearly in others. They read situations without bias. They detect truth beneath appearance. What once triggered frustration now becomes information. What once provoked anxiety now becomes strategy. Seneca once wrote, "There is no great genius without some touch of madness." But he also understood that madness must be mastered through discipline. Calmness is that mastery. It is the art of keeping reason intact while emotion surges and subsides. The calm individual does not suppress feeling. They order it. Opportunities unfold where composure is present. In negotiation, relationships and ambition, calm is read as confidence. Those who maintain clarity attract trust. Chaos repels precision. Stillness draws it. Calm minds make fewer errors, and fewer errors compound into better timing. Perception governs opportunity. The one who panics perceives only obstacles. The one who breathes sees openings. When calm becomes habitual, opportunity feels less like luck and more like alignment. What others call fortune, the Stoic calls preparation. Meeting clarity. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." Calmness revises that estimate. It removes exaggeration, dissolves false scale, and places each event in proportion to reality. Perception becomes a map, not a storm. The world bends toward those who see it clearly. Clarity makes action efficient. There is no waste in calm execution when one is no longer distracted by emotional turbulence. Attention becomes a weapon. Every gesture carries intent. Every pause communicates stability. Calmness also restores discernment between urgency and importance. The unsettled mind confuses them, reacting to everything as if it were critical. The tranquil mind prioritizes without effort. Some things demand response, others deserve silence. Knowing the difference refines every decision. Perception without calm is distortion. The agitated person reads hostility where there is none, assumes threat in neutral moments, and builds false narratives from fear. The calm person reads accurately because they have slowed the internal noise. They no longer imagine enemies in shadows. Epictetus reminded his students that no one is disturbed by things, but by the view they take of them. Calmness changes the view. It is the lens-cleaning act of reason. With that clarity, even misfortune becomes instruction. The mind no longer labels events as unfair, but as material for virtue. Opportunity follows those who act without haste. The calm person can wait for timing to mature. They know that action too early is waste and too late is regret. In calmness, timing becomes instinctive. They sense when to step forward and when to stand still. This rhythm builds advantage. Calm perception dissolves fear of uncertainty. The anxious mind demands guarantees before acting. The calm mind acts from principle and adjusts as events evolve. Certainty becomes unnecessary when adaptability is mastered. The Stoic does not ask for security. They create it through composure. Seneca noted that we suffer more in imagination than in reality. Calmness ends that suffering by removing speculation. The quiet mind sees what is, not what might be. That realism creates efficiency. Actions taken from fact succeed more often than those driven by fear. Calmness refines communication. In dialogue, emotion distorts language. Calmness restores control over words and tone. The one who speaks from composure commands attention without volume. Others sense steadiness and respond to it unconsciously. Calmness becomes silent persuasion. Perception under calm begins to see opportunity in limitation. Barriers become blueprints. Setbacks reveal structure. When emotion is removed, creativity surfaces. Calm individuals solve problems faster because they do not waste energy denying them. Calmness reveals hidden value in moments that others discard. Delays become preparation time. Solitude becomes renewal. Failure becomes data. The person who remains composed under tension extracts use from every situation. Nothing is wasted when the mind stays still. Marcus Aurelius said to live each day as if it were your last, without frenzy, without apathy, without pretense. That teaching is embodied in calmness. Being fully present without worrying is possible. People who live quietly are aware, deliberate, and not rushed by illusion. Once perception is free of stress, it changes from being reactive to being strategic. People who are calm stop trying to control other people. They rely on self-control, which gives them influence in a strange way. Without being told, authority starts to spread. People trust those who don't blink when things go wrong. Being calm changes time, not by force, but by waiting. The calm person doesn't make hasty choices when they're under a lot of stress. They waited for the right time. When things are ready, chances often come up on their own when people are too anxious to move. The calm comes just when it's needed. Seneca said that luck happens when you are ready and the chance comes up. Peace and quiet are what connect them. It lets people focus on getting ready without being interrupted and lets them see opportunities. Without peace, both are useless. Assorted, the other one can't be seen. Having a calm thought is important. It holds places together. When there is a steady person around, strife lessens. Feelings get worse. Recalibrating is something that people do naturally. It's resonance, not teaching, that spreads calmness. To be a Stoic, you have to lead by example, not by force. As calmness grows, judgment changes from biased to fair. Both praise and blame are no longer useful. The mind sees both of them as just air. There is more freedom when things are neutral. Decisions are no longer based on ego, but on principle. Every move starts to serve the order. Stress-related mistakes can be fixed by staying calm. The mind that is racing picks speed over precision and breaks down from stress. The mind that is calm moves more slowly but more clearly. Over time, their findings become more accurate. People around the world value consistency more than being intense. During quiet, the mind stays focused. This effort to save energy makes extra energy, energy that turns into insight. You start to look forward to things without worrying and make plans without being fixed. When you're calm, you become very aware of things, being able to answer without reacting. He said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." Being calm shows that you are humble. It doesn't feel the need to protect, prove, or show. That humility is what makes you useful. Not as many explanations, but more content. Chances are often hidden in plain sight. Peace changes what success means. It stops comparing things and starts measuring how well they fit together. Getting success is easy when your perception is in line with your virtue. No longer does the person have to compete for recognition. The fact that they are always there commands it. When you watch calmly, your intuition comes to life. A calm mind starts to see links that a busy mind missed. You can read patterns in behavior, cycles in events, and time in nature. With this intuitive clarity, uncertainty can be turned into guidance. When you're calm, you see time differently. It feels like the hours are longer. Moments get bigger. When there is no longer any hurry, depth shows up. Things that are done quietly take on meaning. Socrates doesn't live faster, but fuller. Being present makes life longer. Being calm makes you stronger. When your view is stable, setbacks don't throw you off. Assimilation, analysis, and rerouting happen to them. The internal axis can't be moved by anything outside of it. Every event is neutral until it is interpreted, and the perception is based on calmness. The person who is calm draws other people who are stable to them. Others look to them for balance. Chances come up because calm people can be counted on. They don't mess up systems, and systems like reliable people, being still gets a name. Seneca said, "Once a good character is set, it is hard to change it." That character is built on calmness. It is both armor and an offer. It keeps chaos at bay and draws people in to trust it. The calm person becomes the center around which things happen and how people see them. Cleansed by peace, stops seeing random chaos. It starts to see patterns. Every problem fits into the bigger picture. The Stoic sees everything that happens as something that can be used to improve oneself. Opportunity is then everywhere, waiting for the mind to be still enough to see it. When you keep your mind calm, you learn the rhythm of time, the reasoning of cause and effect, and the silence between events. No longer does it look for chances. It knows what it is. Life stops being a competition and starts to flow smoothly. What some people call an accident, the Stoics see as proof. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The thing that stops you from acting moves you toward action." Things that get in the way become the ways. Being calm shows you the truth. When you have a clear mind, problems turn into maps. What other people avoid, the written navigate. Being calm is not the same thing as not moving. Moving without making noise. Its power shown through calm energy. It turns perception into a tool and chance into a result. The calm person doesn't need order anymore. They give it off. In the end, being calm is order itself. Thoughts become geometry, feelings become harmony, and chances become order. The Stoic who stays still moves in time with the smarts of life. Everything fits into that beat. Reason stays calm, and reality follows it. When you act calmly, you're not withdrawing. It's accuracy. The Stoics knew that staying calm doesn't slow down motion. It guides it. People move with more purpose and less waste when they move from a place of rest. When you're not feeling scared or angry, every move you make is calculated. A calm mind can turn confusion into order. The unsettled react to pressure. The composed design through it. Their perception allows them to anticipate, to choose the right timing rather than forcing outcomes. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Do every act of your life as though it were the last." Calmness brings that quality to each decision, deliberate, complete, and unaffected by noise. In crisis, calmness becomes advantage. Most people act from urgency, confusing speed with effectiveness. The Stoic acts with quiet control, understanding that clarity under pressure multiplies efficiency. Their pause is not hesitation. It is assessment. In that pause, they gain what others lose. The power of awareness. When calmness enters action, precision replaces repetition. One no longer repeats mistakes because attention is exact. The present moment becomes a command post. The calm individual operates like a strategist, observing, measuring, then executing with minimal movement and maximum effect. Seneca reminded that to be everywhere is to be nowhere. Calmness narrows focus to what matters. Distraction dissolves. The calm person is not seduced by quantity of effort, but guided by quality of execution. They achieve through accuracy, not exhaustion. Calmness in leadership radiates stability. Those who lead from stillness create environments where others perform better. Panic spreads fast, so does composure. Teams mirror the emotional temperature of their leader. The calm strategist stabilizes the entire structure by being its axis. In decision-making, calmness acts as filtration. It removes the noise of bias and impulse. What remains are facts, patterns, and probabilities. This clarity transforms complexity into sequence. What seemed overwhelming reduces into steps. The Stoic sees order even within chaos. A person ruled by emotion is vulnerable to manipulation. One ruled by calm is difficult to move. When temptation, fear, or provocation arise, composure acts as shield. Calmness gives the advantage of delay, the chance to think before responding. Every decision gains strength from that delay. Calmness enhances negotiation. Silence becomes a tool. Patience a strategy. While others fill space with argument, the composed wait. They watch tone, phrasing, reaction. In silence, the truth of others reveals itself. Words lose power when met with stillness. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." Calmness in action embodies this. It applies discipline inward and patience outward. The calm actor demands precision from themselves, but grace from the world. This duality preserves balance even in conflict. In calm execution, time stretches. The individual feels no rush. Each motion unfolds at natural pace, measured and unforced. They conserve energy, making endurance possible, while others burn quickly through force. The calm sustain their momentum through rhythm. Calmness turns routine into ritual. Repetition becomes refinement rather than boredom. Each act done with attention becomes training in presence. This is how the Stoic transforms ordinary duties into exercises of mastery. Control of small actions builds control of greater ones. Composure allows adaptation. When plans collapse, the calm mind pivots. Agitation locks the mind into one outcome. Calmness opens alternatives. The Stoic adjusts without losing purpose. They move like water around rock, flexible but directed. Seneca wrote, "No man was ever wise by chance." Wisdom is the product of measured perception, and calmness is the condition for that perception. Strategic calm does not wait idly. It gathers data. Each observation becomes resource. Each failure becomes instruction. The calm person plans without anxiety. They map contingencies, not fantasies. Because emotion does not cloud vision. They see both potential and risk clearly. Strategy becomes simple. Identify, act, correct, continue. The cycle is clean because panic never enters it. In the marketplace, in warfare, in personal conduct, the calm individual wins by conservation. They use minimal motion for maximal result. Efficiency arises naturally from composure. There is no rush to prove, no need to impress. Execution becomes art. Calmness removes ego from decision-making. Ego seeks attention. Calmness seeks accuracy. The Stoic knows that a correct move is enough. Approval or recognition adds nothing. In that detachment lies freedom to act purely according to principle. Composure strengthens credibility. Others trust those who do not waver under stress. Calmness becomes silent proof of competence. It speaks more than persuasion. In negotiation, conflict or leadership, stillness signals control, and control inspires confidence. Calmness trains foresight. The tranquil observer sees the small shifts before the storm. Their lack of noise allows detection of patterns hidden from the frantic strategy, is not prediction, but perception sustained long enough to detect rhythm. Calmness sustains that perception. Every Stoic act carries the same architecture. Perceive, decide, act, release. Calmness keeps this structure intact. Without it, perception collapses into reaction and action turns impulsive. Stillness protects sequence. It keeps the intellect ahead of emotion. Epictetus reminded that one must distinguish what is within control from what is not. Calmness enforces that rule in motion. Before acting, the mind checks the boundary. Can this be influenced? If yes, act with discipline. If not, proceed with peace. This filter prevents wasted effort. In strategy, calmness outlasts aggression. Anger spends energy quickly. Patience stores it. The Stoic wins not through force, but through duration. Time favors the one who can wait without losing clarity. Endurance becomes superiority. Calm action appears effortless because it is efficient. Each decision flows from understanding rather than resistance. This absence of friction gives the impression of mastery. Yet it is simply the product of composure practiced until it becomes nature. Calmness aligns intellect and instinct. The mind analyzes while the intuition feels. When these operate without interference from panic, decisions emerge from total awareness. The result is accuracy without hesitation, a harmony between logic and flow. Seneca said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Calmness removes that layer of imagination even while acting. The Stoic responds to events as they are, not as they are feared to be. This keeps energy honest. Fear creates resistance. Calmness keeps energy clean. Calmness sharpens patience in execution. Great strategies fail through premature movement. The calm individual resists the urge to reveal, to rush, to conclude. They know that endurance is often the final stage of wisdom. Patience is the unseen half of success. Calm execution teaches restraint in victory. When outcomes favor them, the Stoic remains level. They do not celebrate excessively or gloat. Calmness keeps the mind clear enough to prepare for the next cycle. Every success is a test of balance. In failure, calmness shortens recovery. The composed individual analyzes rather than laments. They adapt faster because emotion does not stall logic. Each fall becomes a study, not a wound. This transforms resilience from reaction into system. Calmness converts repetition into refinement. It trains mastery through patience. Each decision evaluated without emotional distortion becomes data. The Stoic does not chase novelty. They perfect repetition. Excellence is achieved through peace, not pressure. Marcus Aurelius observed, "The impediment to action advances action." Calmness embodies this by translating obstacles into instruction where others see failure. The composed extract method. Strategy evolves from calm interpretation of resistance. When calmness directs action, life ceases to feel random. Each move connects logically to the next. Plans align with principles, and effort aligns with reason. Progress feels natural because resistance no longer consumes attention. The world begins to reflect inner order. Strategic calm is a discipline, not a mood. It must be trained through silence, reflection, and deliberate slowness. To pause without fear, to decide without noise, to act without haste. This is mastery in motion. The Stoic carries it as armor and as compass. Calmness in decision-making removes doubt by replacing it with focus. The question is no longer, will this work, but is this right? Principle becomes the only measure of action. This moral simplicity strengthens strategy because it cannot be shaken by outcome. When calmness governs movement, even failure becomes precise. Each setback teaches timing, scale, and proportion. The Stoic evolves not by chance, but by correction. Through calmness, they maintain continuity of motion even when direction changes. Calmness gives weight to every act. It turns ordinary choices into statements of principle. The composed do not scatter effort across distraction. They channel it. The result is depth instead of noise. This depth becomes the hidden force that sustains progress. Ultimately, calmness in action is self-command in its purest form. It is power refined into clarity. The Stoic does not rush toward dominance, but grows into alignment. Every calm act declares mastery without saying a word. This is how composure becomes the highest form of strategy. Composure under conflict is the true test of Stoic discipline. Calmness, when life is still, requires little strength. Calmness when chaos erupts reveals mastery. The Stoic does not train for peace alone, but for resistance. For the days when noise fills the mind and the world becomes unstable, their stillness under such weight becomes a demonstration of control greater than force. Conflict exposes the structure of the self. The undisciplined react from ego, rushing to defend pride or punish insult. The composed respond from principle. They measure the nature of the attack before deciding if it deserves energy at all. To master composure is to choose battles not from emotion, but from necessity. Seneca said, "Anger, if not restrained, is frequently more hurtful to us than the injury that provokes it." The Stoic remembers this. Whenever provoked, they recognize that the real loss is not the offense, but the surrender of peace. The mind that stays balanced retains its power, while the one that burns with rage wastes calmness in conflict is not weakness. It is the highest expression of control. To remain composed when insulted, to think clearly when accused, to stay measured when others unravel. This is strength that no weapon can produce. Calmness disarms aggression because it cannot be provoked. In resistance, patience is sharper than anger. The Stoic endures opposition without breaking focus. Their silence unsettles those who seek reaction. They move as if guided by a deeper rhythm. Their restraint carries authority. They do not need to shout. They only need to remain. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "The best revenge is to be unlike your enemy." Composure fulfills this idea. When others lose control, the calm remain uncorrupted. They do not descend into the same disorder. Conflict becomes mirror and teacher, revealing who still governs their own reason. The calm individual views resistance as material for refinement. Every confrontation tests discipline. Every insult tests humility. Every challenge tests clarity. Each encounter with adversity becomes practice in remaining undisturbed. The Stoic welcomes this training as the forge of strength. Calmness turns defense into observation. Instead of striking back, the Stoic studies the opponent, the situation, and the consequence. Their clarity becomes advantage. They spend no energy on pride. They protect their focus as others waste theirs. Composure wins battles that fury cannot. When resistance rises, the calm person slows down. Their breathing steadies. Their vision narrows to essentials. They do not mistake noise for urgency. They understand that emotion is temporary, but consequence is lasting. Calmness is their method of accuracy. The Stoics' restraint under fire changes the rhythm of conflict. Anger expects anger in return. When none arrives, tension collapses. Power shifts. Those who maintain peace in battle control the field because they control themselves. The Stoic wins not by domination, but by stability. Inwardly, conflict becomes a dialogue with ego. The impulse to prove, defend, or retaliate is examined and dismissed. Pride fades into awareness. The calm mind watches emotion rise and fall without attachment. What remains is clean judgment, free from contamination. Seneca observed, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." The Stoic sees conflict as a chance to test the strength of composure. Every challenge reveals the depth of their training. The goal is not comfort, but command. Composure under resistance requires remembering that opinion is wind. Praise and blame pass equally. The Stoic does not build identity on either. When criticized, they listen for truth without collapsing into defense. When praised, they continue working without intoxication. Balance remains. Calmness also governs language. In conflict, words become weapons. The Stoic measures them as one would measure arrows. Silence often achieves more than argument. A quiet pause can carry more force than 1,000 words. Stillness becomes communication of power. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. This principle holds most clearly in adversity. The calm person keeps ownership of thought, refusing to rent it out to anger. Even surrounded by noise, they remain sovereign within. Resistance from others cannot injure the Stoic who no longer seeks approval. They understand that rejection and opposition are part of movement. Composure protects progress. By staying undisturbed, they continue to advance while others are frozen by frustration. Calmness in adversity becomes momentum. Each challenge absorbed without reaction converts into energy. Conflict transforms into clarity. The Stoic uses opposition as propulsion, not obstruction. They do not resent difficulty. They redirect it. To remain composed when attacked is to hold command of reality itself. Most lose proportion when pressured. They exaggerate, accuse, panic. The calm person reduces everything to fact. They remove story from situation. In doing so, they regain leverage. Seneca taught that the wise person yields to fate but stands firm against misfortune. The Stoic endures conflict not as a victim, but as participant in necessary resistance. They see the test as part of growth. Fate provides friction to reveal structure. Without it, strength would stay theoretical. The calm individual sees hostility as reflection, not revelation. They understand that the behavior of others often mirrors their suffering, not their truth. This recognition breeds empathy without weakness. The Stoic forgives not for virtue's display, but to remain unchained. Composure under conflict demands clarity of purpose. When the goal is virtue, emotion cannot interfere. The Stoic measures every response by one question. Does it preserve integrity? If the answer is yes, they act. If not, they remain silent. Simplicity replaces confusion. In argument, calmness rewrites hierarchy. The louder voice may appear dominant, but control rests with the one who listens. The Stoic uses stillness as pressure. They allow others to exhaust themselves against silence, then speak once with precision. Their words, few and deliberate, carry weight. In physical conflict, calmness slows perception. The Stoic sees movement before it completes. Reaction time decreases because panic does not blur sight. Their mind functions as anchor, body following discipline rather than adrenaline. This is control translated into motion. The composed warrior never seeks to destroy, but to neutralize. They understand that preservation of order outweighs victory of ego. In all forms of struggle, their focus is equilibrium. They do not escalate. They resolve power to harm is tempered by purpose to restore. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "The art of living is more like wrestling than dancing. Conflict is expected, not feared." The Stoic meets resistance with readiness, trained to adapt, grounded in principle. Their calmness is movement refined by endurance. Composure under resistance reveals hierarchy within the self. The senses scream, emotion demands, pride insists, yet reason remains unmoved at the center. The Stoic acts from that center, not from noise. In that structure, power becomes silent certainty. Calmness dissolves intimidation. The one who cannot be provoked becomes unpredictable. Opponents cannot control what does not react. The Stoic's neutrality frustrates manipulation. Their stillness becomes armor. No aggression can penetrate. Seneca observed, "The mind that is anxious about future events is miserable." In conflict, the anxious anticipate pain before it arrives and suffer twice. The calm person suffers once, if at all. They deal with reality, not imagination. This economy of suffering grants endurance. Resistance is necessary for refinement. Without it, discipline decays. The Stoic sees opposition as a mirror polishing strength. Each encounter demands better balance, quicker recovery, greater patience. The calm individual evolves through pressure, not despite it. In political, personal, or social struggle, calmness preserves judgment. The Stoic separates principle from passion. They choose justice over reaction, truth over comfort. This neutrality is not coldness, but precision. It ensures that righteousness is not poisoned by rage. Composure transforms conflict into rhythm. Pressure becomes tempo. Resistance becomes pulse. The Stoic moves within this pattern, responding with proportion. Their calmness turns battle into choreography. They do not resist rhythm, they direct it. When opposition persists, the calm mind turns to endurance. They understand that most conflicts collapse from exhaustion, not victory. By lasting longer without agitation, they prevail naturally. Patience becomes weapon and shield. Calmness also governs retreat. The Stoic knows when to withdraw without shame. They view retreat as repositioning, not defeat. Pride would rather fall than yield. Wisdom preserves energy for the next engagement. Composure sees value beyond the moment. Marcus Aurelius reflected that the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. During conflict, the calm ensure that thought remains pure. They do not let hatred stain the mind. Their resistance remains clean, their purpose uncorrupted. Even surrounded by hostility, they remain untouched within. Calmness under conflict becomes legacy. Others remember not the shouting, but the steadiness. The Stoic silence teaches longer than speeches. Their posture under adversity becomes lesson. They embody the truth that power does not always roar, often it breathes. Ultimately, composure is the final form of strength. It turns conflict into confirmation of discipline, resistance into opportunity for refinement. The Stoic does not fear the storm. They stand within it, eyes open, mind clear. In that stillness, they remain unconquered. Amor fati is the heart of Stoic trust. To love one's fate is to stand in full agreement with existence. It is not submission, but participation. The Stoic does not resign to what happens. They align with it. Through understanding, they find that every event serves the architecture of order. Fate is not enemy or accident, but design. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "A blazing fire makes flame and brightness out of everything that is thrown into it." This is the living symbol of amorati. Whatever enters the life of the disciplined mind becomes fuel. Suffering becomes instruction. Loss becomes purification, and uncertainty becomes faith in motion. Nothing is wasted when seen through the lens of acceptance. The Stoics' trust is not naive belief, it is comprehension of structure. They study the world and see that change governs all things. What resists flow decays. What moves with it evolves. To align with fate is to act in harmony with this law. Acceptance is not inaction. It is the highest form of intelligence. Amorati transforms endurance into appreciation. The mind no longer asks why this, but instead, what is this for? The question shifts from complaint to comprehension. The Stoic learns that every occurrence contributes to the symmetry of a greater whole. To love fate is to recognize that perfection hides within imperfection. Trust in divine order begins with observation. Day follows night. Seed becomes tree. Grief becomes wisdom. The rhythm of existence never breaks. The same intelligence that guides the stars guides human events. To doubt fate is to doubt proportion. The Stoic looks and sees reason everywhere. Seneca wrote, "The fates guide the willing but drag the unwilling. Resistance creates suffering. The unwilling fight the inevitable, exhausting their spirit against certainty. The willing move as part of it." Amorati is this willingness, the calm cooperation with what must be. The Stoic ceases to struggle and begins to flow. Acceptance matures into reverence. When the mind stops fighting life, gratitude emerges. The smallest moments become sacred. The air, the silence, the passing of time. The Stoic sees divine order not in temples or rituals, but in the structure of existence itself. Fate becomes proof of balance. To trust fate is to trust reason. The Stoic understands that providence and logic are one. Every loss holds correction. Every delay holds protection. The mind that accepts this ceases to panic. They do not beg for different outcomes. They seek to see why this outcome fits the design. Calmness becomes faith in order. It is the quiet recognition that what arrives is necessary and what departs is complete. Nothing truly goes wrong. It only goes differently than expected. The Stoic aligns perception to this law, and peace becomes continuous. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "Whatever happens to you was prepared for you from all eternity." The Stoic does not interpret this as destiny fixed in stone, but as destiny shaped by coherence. They act with virtue, knowing that fate weaves their choices into a greater tapestry. Free will and fate meet through reason. To love fate is to end conflict with time, the impatient demand that events unfold on their schedule. The wise move at the speed of nature. The calm accept that timing is intelligence, not coincidence. Trust in this timing dissolves fear and restores equilibrium. Amor fati teaches that no moment is wasted. What feels like loss is often liberation from what no longer serves. The Stoic observes that every removal makes space for correction. Fate prunes excess so that growth may continue. Acceptance turns grief into gratitude. Seneca said, "He who does not prevent what he cannot prevent is wise." The Stoic applies this in all circumstances. They save energy for what can be influenced and release what cannot. This distribution of effort keeps the spirit efficient. Trust in order becomes a source of quiet strength. The divine order is impartial. It does not punish or reward, it balances. The Stoic respects this neutrality. They understand that fortune and hardship are both instruments of proportion. To prefer one and despise the other is ignorance. To accept both with equal calm is wisdom. Amor fati dissolves fear of the unknown. When one believes that everything serves purpose, uncertainty loses its threat. Life becomes exploration instead of trial. The Stoic walks forward without anxiety, trusting that every step leads exactly where it should. This trust refines perception. Events once labeled as misfortune reveal themselves as transitions. Fate moves through correction, not cruelty. The Stoic reads meaning where others see randomness. What appears broken becomes instruction in disguise. Marcus Aurelius reflected, "Everything harmonizes with me, which is harmonious to you, O universe." The Stoic echoes this prayer in silence. They do not demand that life change for them. They change themselves to meet life. Harmony is not achieved by rearranging the world, but by aligning perception with truth. Amorati converts fragility into endurance. The one who accepts all outcomes becomes unbreakable. They cannot be disappointed because nothing violates their expectation. They anticipated fate's intelligence, and when it acts, they nod in understanding. Peace becomes permanent. To trust divine order is to believe that no effort is lost. Every disciplined act, every patient choice contributes to an unseen structure. The Stoic works without obsession with result. They trust that right action plants seeds beyond their sight, and that the harvest arrives when maturity allows. Amorati erases resentment. The past cannot injure when it is seen as design. The Stoic learns from memory without poisoning the present. Regret becomes redundant when every event is recognized as necessary for growth. Acceptance cleanses the mind of repetition. Fate tests through discomfort. The Stoic interprets this not as cruelty, but as calibration. Difficulty restores balance to character. Every trial strips illusion. Amor fati transforms pain into purification. It is the discipline of seeing benefit in what first appears unbearable. Seneca wrote, "Fire tests gold, adversity tests the brave. The Stoic welcomes the flame because they trust what it reveals. They know that what survives heat becomes incorruptible." Fate, then, is not tormentor, but teacher. Every hardship sharpens purpose. Trust in fate strengthens courage. When nothing that happens is seen as against them, the Stoic becomes fearless. They act with serenity, understanding that success and failure both belong to the same system of refinement. Confidence replaces anxiety because faith replaces resistance. Amor fati elevates humility. It removes the illusion of control while empowering responsibility. The Stoic does not see themselves as victim or master, but as participant in reason's order. This awareness brings equality with the world. They no longer command life, they cooperate with it. To trust the divine order is to stop measuring outcomes through emotion. The Stoic measures through alignment. Was the act virtuous? Was it consistent with reason? If yes, fate is already fulfilled. Result becomes secondary. Integrity replaces expectation. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily to receive without pride, let go without attachment. This rhythm defines amorati. To receive without arrogance and to lose without despair is to move perfectly with the pattern of existence. The Stoic dances with fate rather than resists it. Amorati transforms trust into love. Acceptance grows into gratitude, and gratitude into devotion. The Stoic does not simply tolerate fate. They embrace it. Every event becomes communion with the divine logic of life. To love fate is to recognize oneself as part of its reason. Divine order reveals itself most clearly in retrospect. What once seemed cruel often appears later as necessary. The Stoic learns to trust this process before proof. Faith precedes understanding. Amor fati is confidence in meaning before the meaning appears. Seneca wrote that a good character, when established, is not easily overthrown. The one who loves their fate becomes immovable. No shock can dismantle their peace. They see tragedy as transformation, delay as discipline, uncertainty as direction. Every force that breaks others refines them. Amorati removes opposition from the soul. The Stoic stops demanding and starts receiving. Their actions become offerings to order itself. Effort flows without strain because motive is pure. They work with life, not against it. This cooperation generates serenity. Trust in fate creates presence. The future no longer haunts. The past no longer anchors. Each moment feels exact, neither early nor late. The Stoic lives in alignment with time itself, which is the truest form of peace. Marcus Aurelius stated, "Live in agreement with nature." Amor fati is this agreement in motion. To agree with nature is to trust its wisdom, to mirror its patience, to embody its balance. The Stoic who does so becomes an extension of order, not an exception to it. Fate to the Stoic is not a chain, but a current. One can resist and drown or trust and navigate. The current leads toward the sea of reason, where all separate lives join the same flow. Amor fati is learning to move with this current, steady and awake. To love fate is to love reality. To trust reality is to be free from fear. When the mind accepts that every event belongs, serenity becomes instinct. The Stoic who understands this no longer prays for ease but for endurance, not for safety but for strength. Amor fati is not mere endurance. It is joy under inevitability. The one who practices it smiles at both rise and fall. They see the perfection of sequence, the balance of contrast, the wisdom of loss. To live this way is to live in harmony with the entire cosmos. The Stoic who trusts divine order lives without contradiction. Their will and the universe's will are one. Every choice feels aligned, every obstacle useful, every moment precise. They are not spectators of fate, but its conscious collaborators. In this union, they find peace beyond circumstance. To end conflict with life is to enter unity with it. This is the essence of amorati, the transformation of resistance into reverence. The Stoic stands at the center of existence, unshaken, grateful, aware. Whatever comes, they welcome. Whatever leaves, they release. They trust that everything exactly as it is belongs. Inner dominion is the final expression of Stoic mastery. It is the state where calmness, composure, and trust converge into permanence. The Stoic does not rise above life. They enter into full alignment with it. Their peace is not dependent on stillness around them, but on the unshakable order within. They move through existence as equilibrium embodied. The calm mind that began as restraint becomes the foundation of clarity. Composure that once resisted chaos evolves into presence that directs it. Trust in divine order, born from understanding, becomes silent faith in the coherence of all things. Together, these qualities form sovereignty, the mind's complete command over its perception, reaction, and purpose. Marcus Aurelius reflected, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Dominion is the realization of this truth without effort. The disciplined no longer remind themselves of it, they live it. The mind ceases to be battlefield and becomes kingdom. Every thought serves principle, every action follows virtue. Calmness grants dominion over emotion. Fear loses its voice, anger loses its reach. The Stoic feels both, but is ruled by neither. Each feeling becomes information, not identity. Through calmness, emotion is reclaimed as function, purified of excess. Composure grants dominion over conflict. The disciplined no longer seek to win arguments, they aim to preserve order. Resistance no longer provokes retaliation, but evokes precision. Every challenge becomes dialogue, not duel. The calm mind interprets adversity as terrain, not threat. Trust grants dominion over fate. The Stoics' faith in divine structure eliminates resentment. They cease to curse time or fortune. What arrives is welcomed. What leaves is released. Destiny becomes a partner in the process of virtue. The one who trusts life ceases to suffer from its unfolding. When calmness, composure, and trust merge, they form a structure that cannot be dismantled by circumstance. The individual becomes stable through all variations of fortune. Prosperity cannot intoxicate them. Hardship cannot weaken them. Their peace is geometric, proportioned by reason, immune to distortion. Seneca said, "The wise man is content with his lot, whatever it may be, without wishing for what he has not. Inner dominion fulfills this wisdom. The Stoic no longer measures possession but proportion. They recognize that to control desire is to exceed wealth. Satisfaction is the highest form of abundance. The one who possesses inner dominion no longer lives reactively. They move from intention, not impulse. Each decision arises from reflection, guided by principle, not provocation. Their steadiness becomes invisible authority, the calmness others feel without understanding its source. Dominion is not detachment. It is engagement without disturbance. The Stoic participates fully in the world, yet remains unbroken by it. They perform duty without dependency, achievement without arrogance, love without fear. Inward stillness sustains outward excellence. Calmness refines perception until life appears as system, not sequence. The Stoic sees the relation between all things. What others call chance, they call structure. Understanding this structure ends anxiety. What once seemed chaos becomes continuity, too vast to measure in immediate time. Composure shapes the rhythm of action. It transforms haste into harmony. The Stoic executes with clarity and rests without guilt. Movement and stillness alternate naturally, each strengthening the other. Through composure, the individual becomes synchronized with necessity. Trust elevates endurance into serenity. Patience no longer feels like waiting, it feels like belonging. The Stoic stops forcing meaning and starts witnessing it. They no longer chase purpose. They recognize that purpose is revealed through participation. Inner dominion is sustained awareness. The mind stays alert but never tense. It observes thought as current and allows it to flow without interference. This vigilance without agitation keeps perception pure. The disciplined live awake inside their own stillness. Marcus Aurelius said, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if you will ever dig." Inner dominion is that fountain made permanent. The Stoic ceases to seek external validation. Every resource they require flows from the depths of their own reason. In dominion, every emotion finds its correct measure. Joy becomes gratitude, sorrow becomes humility, anger becomes energy redirected toward justice. No feeling is suppressed, but all are governed. The Stoic becomes architect of experience rather than passenger of sensation. Composure under victory and defeat defines maturity. When success arrives, the Stoic remains level. When loss comes, they remain whole. They refuse to let either distort identity. The axis holds. They are unmoved by praise, untouched by rejection. The self remains symmetrical. Dominion grants immunity to manipulation. The one who no longer fears loss or craves approval cannot be controlled. Their independence is not rebellion, but integrity. They cooperate without submission. Freedom and duty coexist seamlessly. Calmness transforms relationships. The Stoic becomes mirror, not storm. They reflect truth rather than project reaction. Others feel safer in their presence because that presence is anchored. The world gravitates toward the stable as water toward gravity. Composure governs speech. Words become tools, not weapons. Silence is used strategically. Each statement is weighed for truth, necessity, and tone. Dominion over language grants influence. The Stoics' few words carry the weight of entire philosophies. Trust sustains resilience. Setbacks lose their power to define. The disciplined see every collapse as a reformation. Like nature, they rebuild quietly and correctly. Patience replaces despair. Discipline replaces complaint. What breaks others refines them. The Stoic with dominion has transcended the need to prove their peace is its own argument. They live by demonstration, not persuasion. Example replaces instruction. They embody the order they once sought to describe. Dominion also dissolves ambitions. Restlessness. Goals remain, but they no longer enslave. Achievement becomes expression of virtue, not compensation for lack. The Stoic no longer asks, "What can I gain?" but "What can I embody?" This shift transforms striving into service. Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." Inner dominion is bravery perfected. The individual faces existence without disguise or denial. They meet reality on its own terms, unmoved by fear or fantasy. Freedom becomes condition, not pursuit. Calmness removes the illusion of opposition between self and world. The Stoic sees no separation between their mind and the total order of things. Their thoughts flow with nature's law. This unity ends alienation. They belong to everything and require nothing. Composure shapes destiny by stabilizing reaction. Each response chosen deliberately creates coherence over time. The Stoics' life becomes symphonic, each note placed by awareness. Where others experience randomness, they experience continuity. Trust becomes reverence. The Stoic walks through the world aware that every event, pleasant or painful, expresses the same intelligence. They bow not in submission, but in recognition. Gratitude becomes instinct, and reverence becomes strength. Dominion over self leads naturally to service beyond self. The calm mind no longer seeks personal victory. Its purpose expands toward contribution. The Stoic acts for the collective order of reason, understanding that all good strengthens the whole. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What injures the hive injures the bee." Dominion includes empathy as extension of reason. The Stoic acts with justice because injustice disturbs order. Their compassion is disciplined, not sentimental, rooted in understanding, not impulse. Composure allows endurance of solitude. The Stoic no longer fears isolation because they have learned to inhabit themselves fully. Silence becomes companion, not punishment. In solitude, they hear the rhythm of universal thought. Presence becomes complete, even without company. Dominion in daily life appears as simplicity. Extravagance fades. The Stoic carries few needs and fewer fears. Their joy is measured, their routines deliberate. In that moderation lies luxury of clarity. They live as example of sufficiency. Trust removes anxiety about death. The Stoic knows that nature takes back what it lends. Life is process, not possession. When death comes, it finds no resistance. The individual departs with the same calm they lived, completing the circle without regret. Seneca observed, "Life is long if you know how to use it." Dominion fulfills that usage. Each moment is invested with awareness, not squandered in distraction. Time ceases to slip away because it is fully occupied by purpose. The Stoic lives completely regardless of duration. In dominion, calmness is not a practice but a presence. It has become identity. The Stoics being itself communicates steadiness. They no longer cultivate peace, they radiate it. Their existence becomes instruction without speech. Composure refines into authority, not the authority of command, but of consistency. Others follow not because they are told to, but because they sense reliability. The Stoic stillness leads more effectively than volume. Leadership becomes quiet precision. Trust matures into oneness with the whole. The Stoic feels the movement of the world as their own pulse. Their actions echo cosmic rhythm. They no longer seek alignment. They are alignment. Their life expresses the same intelligence that shapes stars and seasons. Inner dominion is permanence within impermanence. The Stoic stands in the river, yet remains the stone beneath it. All flows around them, but their essence is unmoved. They do not resist the current, they define its shape. This is peace at the level of law. At the end of discipline lies serenity without condition. The Stoic has learned that power is not conquest, but composure. They have found in calmness the blueprint of command, in composure the architecture of strength, in trust the perfection of fate. Together, these form the unbreakable trinity of mastery. The one who achieves this dominion becomes indistinguishable from order itself. Their will and reality coincide. They walk through the world as embodiment of proportion. Their silence teaches endurance. Their steadiness restores balance. In their presence, chaos remembers its shape. This is the Stoic's victory: to live beyond reaction, beyond fear, beyond resistance. To exist in alignment so complete that nothing external can disturb it. The self becomes law. The mind becomes temple, and life itself becomes the act of virtue in motion. The circle closes, and within that stillness, everything holds. There is a quiet kind of strength that the world often overlooks. Not the strength of force or dominance, but the strength of endurance, the strength of wisdom, the kind that doesn't need to shout, doesn't seek validation, and doesn't crumble when life becomes uncertain. This is the strength the Stoics pursued, not in theory, but in daily practice. Because they understood something most of us forget. Resilience is not built in moments of ease. It is forged in discomfort, in adversity, in facing life's inevitable trials with an unwavering mind. In our modern world, distraction is constant, comfort is worshipped, and resilience is often mistaken for aggression. But the Stoic path offers another way, a daily path to inner fortitude. It is not about rejecting emotion or denying hardship. It is about cultivating the wisdom to move through them with grace, to endure with dignity, to remain rooted while the winds of life shift around you. Each day presents opportunities to strengthen this inner core, not through grand gestures, but through small, deliberate choices. How we face discomfort, how we respond to setbacks, how we manage desire, how we treat others, not when life is easy, but when it is difficult. The Stoic sees every challenge as a lesson, every hardship as an invitation to grow wiser, calmer, more free. Marcus Aurelius once reminded himself, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. And it is this mastery of mind, not of others, not of fate, that becomes the source of true resilience. A resilience that does not shatter under pressure, but deepens. A wisdom that does not waver in uncertainty, but clarifies. This is the purpose of daily Stoic meditation. Not to escape life, but to engage with it fully. To confront discomfort with courage. To meet fate with equanimity. To live not in reaction, but in conscious alignment with what is good, what is just, what is true. So as we walk through these meditations today, remember, the goal is not perfection. It is practice. It is becoming a little wiser, a little stronger, a little more free with each passing day, because resilience is not something you possess. It is something you cultivate. And wisdom is not a destination. It is a way of being. 1. The art of endurance. Modern life often teaches us that strength must be loud, that to endure we must fight, argue, resist visibly. Yet the Stoic sees it differently. True endurance is not marked by outward struggle, but by inward stability. It is the art of standing firm in the face of adversity without letting your inner world collapse. It is the decision to hold fast to your values even when circumstances seek to shake them. And it is this quiet endurance, not aggression, that marks true strength. Consider how most people react when life turns difficult. Complaints become louder. Blame is cast outward. Frustration festers. But the Stoic understands that hardship is an expected part of the human experience. It is not a personal punishment. It is simply life unfolding in ways we cannot control. And when you stop resisting this truth, you gain the space to respond with grace rather than reactivity. Endurance, then, is an internal discipline. It is not passive resignation. It is active acceptance, choosing to meet adversity with dignity rather than despair. As Seneca wrote, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." Every challenge, every difficulty is an opportunity to cultivate this inner fortitude, not by wishing hardship away, but by learning to remain calm within it. This is not about suppressing your feelings. It is about learning to coexist with them without losing yourself. Anger may arise, fear may surface, exhaustion may pull at you, but the Stoic observes these states without becoming them. He allows them to pass through like clouds across the sky, knowing that his core remains unmoved. In practical terms, this means learning to pause in moments of struggle, to breathe, to ask yourself, what is within my control? What can I do right now that aligns with my values? And to act from that place of clarity rather than impulse. It means choosing patience when the path is long, choosing calm when the world around you is chaotic, choosing persistence when results are slow to appear. And over time, this practice transforms you. What once seemed unbearable becomes manageable. What once provoked frustration now invites reflection. You begin to trust your capacity to withstand life's storms, not because you never feel them, but because you know they do not define you. The art of endurance is one of life's greatest teachers, because every day brings its own small trials, a difficult conversation, an unexpected setback, a moment of self-doubt. And each time you choose to meet these moments with calm resistance, with steady, grounded strength, you grow. You become a person who is not easily shaken, who does not crumble under pressure, who does not need to fight every battle because they have mastered the most important one, the battle within. And that is where true resilience is born, not in noise, but in stillness, not in outward victory, but in inward mastery. 2. Remembering your mortality. There is perhaps no meditation more central to the Stoic path than memento mori, the practice of remembering your mortality. At first glance, this reflection may seem morbid or unsettling. Why dwell on death when life is so full of things to pursue and enjoy? But the Stoics understood a deeper truth. It is precisely the awareness of death that sharpens our appreciation for life. When you remember that your time is finite, you begin to live with greater purpose, greater urgency, and greater clarity. In the rush of modern life, it's easy to fall into the illusion that we have unlimited time, that there will always be another day to say what matters, to pursue what inspires us, to repair what is broken. But death is the great equalizer. It reminds us that tomorrow is promised to no one. And this is not meant to instill fear. It is meant to awaken us. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." When you hold this awareness close, not as a source of dread, but as a gentle companion, something remarkable happens. You stop wasting time on trivial concerns. You stop delaying your dreams. You begin to strip away the distractions and focus on what truly matters. Memento mori is not about living in anxiety. It is about living in alignment. Each morning, each conversation, each decision becomes an opportunity to ask, if this were my last day, is this how I would choose to spend it? Is this action worthy of the time I will never get back? And in asking these questions, you bring intention to your life. Moreover, this meditation frees you from the fear of death itself. When you accept that death is natural and inevitable, it loses its power to paralyze you. You no longer chase immortality through possessions or status. You no longer cling to life so tightly that you forget to live. Instead, you move through each day with a calm awareness, grounded in the present, appreciating the fleeting beauty of existence, and this perspective transforms how you face adversity. Setbacks lose their sting when you remember how temporary they are. Insults become insignificant when you see them in the vast context of life's brevity. Fear dissolves when you understand that the worst fate, death, is already written into your nature, and therefore nothing to fear. Ultimately, memento mori is not a meditation on death, but on life. It is an invitation to live more fully, more bravely, more authentically, to love without holding back, to speak truthfully, to pursue your values with urgency. Because time wasted is life wasted. And when you embrace this truth, every day becomes a gift, not a given. So remember, you must die. Not to darken your days, but to brighten them with purpose, to ensure that when your final hour comes, you can meet it with the peace of one who truly lived. 3. Discipline your desires. Much of human suffering comes not from what happens to us, but from what we chase. Desires unchecked become chains. They pull us into restlessness, into constant craving, into a life of endless dissatisfaction. The Stoic understands this deeply, that freedom is not the ability to indulge every impulse, but the power to govern them. Discipline of desire is not about denial for its own sake. It is about liberation. Because when you no longer need everything, you are free from everything. In today's world, we are bombarded with invitations to want more success, more possessions, more validation, more pleasure. The culture of consumerism thrives on keeping you hungry, always reaching, always unsatisfied. But the Stoic steps back and asks, do I really need this? Will this bring lasting fulfillment, or is this a passing impulse that will leave me emptier than before? And in that pause lies wisdom Epictetus taught. Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. And what lies beyond our control? The approval of others, the constant acquisition of things, the fleeting highs of indulgence. The Stoic knows that to chase these is to hand your peace to forces that will never be stable, never be secure. Discipline of desire begins with clarity, understanding which desires serve your highest values and which enslave you. Some desires are natural, the desire for friendship, for meaningful work, for health. But even these must be held lightly, not clung to as conditions for happiness. Other desires, status, luxury, recognition, are illusions. They promise fulfillment, but deliver dependency. The more you need them, the less you are free. Practically, this discipline looks like conscious choice. It looks like saying no to excess, not because you can't have it, but because you choose not to be ruled by it. It looks like resisting the pull of comparison, knowing that someone else's life is not your measure of success. It looks like finding joy in simplicity, in what you already have, in what cannot be taken from you. This is not a life of deprivation. It is a life of depth, because when you no longer chase every desire, you begin to savor what is truly meaningful. You notice the beauty in the ordinary. You cultivate gratitude instead of greed. You experience the calm of a mind unburdened by constant wanting. And here lies a profound paradox. The less you need, the richer you become. Not in wealth, but in contentment. Not in possession, but in presence. You move through the world with a steady heart, unaffected by the rise and fall of fortune, by the glitter of what others pursue. So the next time desire arises, pause, ask, is this leading me toward virtue or away from it? Will this strengthen my character or weaken it? And in choosing discipline, you choose freedom. Because the Stoic path is not about having less, it is about needing less. And in that space of sufficiency, true peace is found. 4. Master your emotions. Emotions are an inescapable part of being human. To pretend otherwise is folly. The Stoic does not seek to erase emotion, nor to become some cold, unfeeling machine. On the contrary, the wise person feels deeply but responds deliberately. He understands that emotions are signals, not commands. They rise within us, shaped by our perceptions and judgments, but we are not bound to obey them blindly. Mastery lies not in denial, but in discernment. Too often, modern life sends the message that to be strong is to suppress emotion, to bury grief, to mask fear, to hide sadness. But this only deepens the wound. What the Stoic practices instead is full awareness, allowing emotion to arise, observing it without shame, and choosing how to act. In this space between feeling and response lies true freedom. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The same principle applies to emotion. You may not control what first stirs in your heart. A sudden pang of anger, a wave of anxiety, a pull of desire. But you control what you do next. You control whether you feed the flame or let it cool, whether you act from impulse or from principle. To master emotion, the Stoic cultivates reflection. When anger arises, he asks, is this worth my peace? Is this anger serving justice, or is it rooted in wounded pride? When fear appears, he considers, is this danger real or imagined? Is this fear a call to caution or an obstacle to courage? When sorrow surfaces, he allows it. Grief is part of love, but he does not let it consume him endlessly. This practice is not easy. It requires vigilance. The mind will tempt you to follow old patterns, to lash out, to wallow, to numb. But each moment of awareness is a small victory. Each time you choose to pause, to breathe, to act from wisdom rather than reactivity, you strengthen the muscle of emotional mastery, and the rewards are profound. A person who governs their emotions becomes a calm force in a chaotic world. They do not escalate conflict needlessly. They do not collapse under hardship. They become a source of steady presence for those around them. And most importantly, they preserve their own peace, not by shutting down feeling, but by flowing through it with clarity. This approach also deepens empathy. When you understand your own emotions, you become more compassionate toward the struggles of others. You see that everyone is fighting unseen battles, but your compassion does not mean you are swayed by manipulation or false guilt. You remain grounded, open-hearted, but discerning. So the Stoic walks this path daily, not in pursuit of emotional numbness, but of emotional wisdom. He does not fear feeling. He fears being ruled by unexamined feeling. And in mastering this balance, he becomes both strong and human, both steady and compassionate. Because true mastery of emotion is not suppression, it is sovereignty, and the one who achieves this sovereignty moves through life with unmatched resilience. 5. Grow through chaos. Chaos is an inevitable part of life. No matter how disciplined you are, how carefully you plan, or how virtuous you strive to be, the world will bring disorder, loss, change, conflict, uncertainty. These are not exceptions to the path. They are the path. The Stoic knows this, and instead of resisting chaos, he embraces it as the very forge of inner strength. It is easy to believe that peace comes from controlling circumstances, that if you can just eliminate the noise, avoid the trouble, secure the perfect environment, then you will be calm. But this is an illusion because life is inherently unpredictable, and the person who depends on order for their peace is fragile. The Stoic seeks another kind of peace, one that thrives amid disorder, not because the world is calm, but because the mind is. Seneca reminds us, difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body. It is through challenge that resilience is built. A life without chaos would be a life without growth. Without friction, there is no polish. Without adversity, there is no depth. For a Stoic, chaos is not something to be afraid of, but something that can be used to make things better. Thought. A lot of big steps forward in life happen when things are hard, not when things are easy. How many good traits, like patience, courage, flexibility, and humility, are formed in hard times? We often get lazy when we're in comfort, but chaos wakes us up. It pushes us to face our limits, let go of false beliefs, and get clear on what really counts. To grow through chaos, you have to welcome it instead of avoiding it. The Stoic does not break down when things go wrong in life, when plans fall through, when relationships change, or when tragedy hits. He doesn't hold on really tight to the past. It takes a moment for him to breathe and think, what is this moment here to teach me? How can I get out of this smarter, stronger, and freer? This turns confusion into a teacher instead of an enemy. This way of thinking gives you a lot of freedom because it means you don't have to fear chaos or life. You let yourself feel everything that it means to be human: happiness and sadness, success and failure, clarity and chaos. You don't need everything to be perfect to move forward anymore. You don't let the storms outside affect your heart. Being truly resilient means doing this, not just escaping chaos, but changing because of it. Using chaos to shape their character and deciding to grow, not in spite of hardship, but because of it. There is no wish for an easier life for a Stoic. He wants the strength to deal with the way things are in life, and that strength grows with each task. What seemed impossible before becomes doable. What used to scare people now makes them curious. A person who grows through chaos can be relied on when things get rough, not only for themselves, but also for other people. So the next wave of chaos will know that it is not here to break you when it comes. It is here to shape you and help you become a better person. You can make that decision. Don't give in and suffer, or do and grow. A Stoic makes the decision to advance. The way is to be good. People today are very focused on winning, getting awards, trophies and praise, so it's easy to see virtue as something that you do to get something else. I believe that if I do the right thing, I will be praised. It will be good for me if I am fair. I will have a good life if I am honest. And this makes people sad because the world doesn't always award good behavior. The Stoic knows this, so he picks virtue not because of what it brings, but because it is the right thing to do, no matter what happens. Having virtue, knowledge, courage, fairness, and moderation is not a way to get ahead. A guide. It tells you what to do to get in line with yourself, no matter how other people react. According to Marcus Aurelius, doing the right thing is all that matters. You can find a lot of freedom in this easy clarity, because when you stop basing your actions on what other people think, you get your peace back. Do the right thing because it's in line with who you are, not because you want praise. This view changes the way you go through life. It's not enough to do good things to be seen as good, because it's who you choose to be. You live it. You always tell the truth, even if it requires sacrifice. You are fair even when other people aren't. You are responsible even when no one is looking. That stability makes you stronger in a way that can't be shaken. A sense of self-worth that can't be bought, does not exist, and cannot be taken. Living by virtue also keeps you from being unstable when you chase benefits. External results change all the time. People can be nice to you and still not understand you. Being kind can still lead to being lied to. It's possible to be brave and still lose someone. Your peace will be weak if it depends on everything going well. However, if your happiness depends on following your values, you become strong because no one can stop you from doing what is right. You have that power all the time. Your relationships also get stronger on this road. When you do something without any secret goals or to get something in return, your honesty shows. Other people will trust you even if they don't always like you. You will trust yourself, which is even more important. You will know that your deeds are a reflection of who you are, not just what the situation calls for. Undoubtedly, this is not the simplest way to live. Sometimes it will be tempting to give in or take a shortcut to get what you want faster. For a moment, the Stoic thinks, who am I becoming by making this choice? Are I being true to my best self or betraying it for a short-term gain? Because he keeps choosing goodness, his life has depth and meaning. Being good isn't the way to some faraway prize in the end. The prize is here. Living a good life will reward you in the end. The best success is a mind that is at peace with itself. People who follow this road might not always be praised by everyone, but they will be whole. Being whole, calm, steady, and unwavering is worth more than any prize. So follow the road of virtue, not for praise or money, but because it leads to wisdom and freedom. 7th, the strength of let go. A lot of human pain isn't caused by the bad things that happen to us. It happens because we don't want what's happening to happen. We use up a lot of energy just wishing things were different, fighting reality as if we could make it do what we want. But as a child, the Stoic learns that fighting truth only leads to pain, while accepting it leads to clarity. It's not a passive acceptance. It's a choice to deal with life the way it is, not the way we want it to be. You don't have to agree with everything that happens just because you accept it. Simply put, stop spending your energy on things that you can't change. You pay attention to things you can change. your feelings, what you do, and who you are. Epictetus said that it is important to understand one concept clearly in order to be happy and free. We can control some things and can't control other things. And this knowledge of the difference is what sets you free. You cause inner turmoil when you fight against things that can't be changed. You keep thinking about what could have been different as you remember the past. The future scares you, and you try to control things that are out of your power. You fight with luck, fate, and other people's decisions. You can't win this war, though, and your peace is what you have to pay for it. Giving up those arms is what it means to accept something. This is what is now, it says. Is there something I should do with it? You gain a lot of power back in this move. Instead of being a victim of events, you take an active role in your own life. You place your energy on doing something, not reacting. Like when a Stoic person loses someone close to them, they cry. He does not deny that he is human, and he does not fight against the fact that life is short. He respects what was, accepts what is, and decides how to move forward of his life. He works to fix what he can when he sees unfairness, but he doesn't let anger over things that are out of his control poison his soul. When he faces his own weaknesses or fails, he learns, changes, and accepts that growth isn't always perfect. Deep resolve is also built up through this practice, because you can adapt once you stop fighting truth. The changes in your life don't bother you, you just go with them. When bad things happen, you don't feel useless. Instead, you feel curious. What should I say in this situation? How does this teach me something? That way, even trouble is a teacher and not an enemy. Acceptance makes things clearer as well. It's easier to see what you can do when you're not upset about the things you can't change. You make choices when you are calm and centered, not when you are scared or in denial. This clarity gives you more purpose, helps you be more successful, and gives you more peace. Freedom is what gives acceptance its power in the end, not having to worry about what might happen. Freedom from the never-ending quest to control what can't be controlled. Liberation to fully experience each moment with knowledge and presence. A Stoic doesn't want their life to be easy. No matter what, he wants a mind that is free. If something hard, surprising, or out of your control happens next, take a moment to remember this. When you stop fighting what is and start living from what can be, you will find peace. 8th, change the way you think. Your mind is the way you see and understand the world. What makes your life unique are not the events themselves, but the meanings you give them. People can be in the same situation at the same time. One gets stronger and the other breaks down. Thinking makes the difference. The Stoic deeply knows this. When you master your point of view, you master your experience. You can take back your life by changing the way you think. Marcus Aurelius says that if something outside of you hurts you, it's not the thing itself that bothers you, but how you think about it. It is also within your power to get rid of this opinion. Here's the core of Stoic cognitive power. In the space between the stimulus and the reaction, there is a choice. How to interpret it. There is freedom for you in that space. We get stuck in stories too often without questioning them. They tell themselves, I failed, so I am a failure. Since they turned me down, I'm not worthy, life is tough, so I can't do anything. There are no facts here. People tell themselves these lies. They affect how we feel, what we do, and eventually our lives. But Stoics don't believe these stories. He asks himself, does this thought help me? Is this judgment based on facts, or is it an old habit that keeps me small? Reframing is not denial. It is not about pretending bad things are good. It is about seeing clearly, recognizing the full context of a situation, and choosing an empowering interpretation. For example, loss becomes a chance to practice detachment. Failure becomes an opportunity for growth. Delay becomes a training ground for patience. In this way, even adversity becomes fuel for development. This shift begins with awareness. You must catch the automatic thoughts that color your experience. When frustration arises, pause. What story am I telling myself here? Is it true? Is there another way to see this? When fear surfaces, ask, what am I believing about this future? Is that belief serving me? Through this practice, you train your mind to become an ally, not an adversary. Over time, this reframing becomes second nature. You move through life less reactive, more reflective. Challenges no longer trigger despair. They invite curiosity. Criticism no longer wounds. It offers a mirror for growth. Even success is reframed not as proof of worth, but as an opportunity for humility and service. And the beauty of this practice is that it applies to every domain of life. In relationships, it fosters empathy. In work, it cultivates resilience. In solitude, it deepens peace, because when you reclaim your thoughts, you reclaim your inner world, and from that foundation, you can face anything life brings. So remember, you cannot always choose what happens, but you can always choose how you frame it. And in that choice lies immense power. The power to transform suffering into wisdom, setbacks into stepping stones, life itself into a path of mastery. Reframe your thoughts. Reclaim your life. 9. Find clarity in silence. In a world addicted to noise, silence has become a rare and radical practice. We fill our days with sound, conversations, notifications, media, often to avoid the deeper truths that arise when things grow quiet. But the Stoic seeks the opposite. He turns towards silence, not to escape life, but to engage with it more clearly. In silence, the mind settles. In stillness, truth emerges, and from that clarity, wise action flows. Marcus Aurelius often wrote to himself in moments of reflection, reminding himself of the value of withdrawing inward. He wrote, "Nowhere you can go is more peaceful, more free of interruptions than your own soul." This is not the silence of isolation, but of intention, the deliberate stepping back from external noise to hear the quieter voice within. Why is this so vital? Because without silence, it is easy to lose yourself in the chaos of the world. Other people's opinions, the urgency of tasks, the swirl of emotions, these can drown out your own inner wisdom. You become reactive, shaped more by circumstance than by conscious choice. But when you cultivate silence, you create space. Space to observe, to question, to remember who you are and what truly matters. Silence is not passive. It is an active discipline. It takes courage to sit without distraction, to face the unfiltered contents of your mind. But in doing so, you build inner strength. You learn to differentiate between passing thoughts and core values, between genuine insight and conditioned belief. This clarity allows you to move through life with greater intention, less swayed by external forces. Practically, this means creating moments of silence in your daily life, not just physical quiet, but mental quiet. A walk without your phone, a morning journal session, a few deep breaths before responding to conflict. These small practices accumulate, training your mind to find refuge in stillness rather than in constant stimulation. And the more you practice, the more you begin to crave this silence, not as an escape, but as a foundation. It becomes the ground from which you meet the world. When challenges arise, you return to that inner stillness to respond wisely. When emotions surge, you find clarity in the pause before action. When life feels overwhelming, you remember that peace is not found in controlling everything. It is found in the calm center you carry within. Moreover, silence fosters humility. It reminds you of the limits of your knowledge, the vastness of what remains unseen. In this humility, you become more open, more teachable, more aligned with reality. You listen more deeply, speak more meaningfully, act more intentionally. Ultimately, finding clarity and silence is not about withdrawing from life, but about engaging with it from a place of depth. It is about becoming the kind of person who moves through the noise of the world with an unshakable inner calm. And in a world that constantly pulls us outward, this is a rare and powerful strength. So seek silence, not to escape, but to sharpen, not to hide, but to see. For in silence, the Stoic finds his truest voice. 10. Be grateful for the difficult. It is a natural impulse to wish for ease. We all crave comfort, stability, days free from struggle. But the Stoic sees this craving for what it is, a subtle trap, because a life without difficulty is not a life without pain. It is a life without growth. Hardship reveals what ease conceals. It tests our values, strengthens our resilience, and shapes us into something greater than comfort alone ever could. And so the wise person learns to be grateful not just for the pleasant, but for the difficult. Seneca wrote, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor strengthens the body." Every challenge is an opportunity to practice virtue, patience in frustration, courage in fear, compassion in conflict, discipline in temptation. These qualities are not forged in comfort. They are born in adversity. The Stoic does not seek suffering, but when it comes, as it inevitably will, he welcomes it as a chance to deepen his character. This mindset transforms how you experience hardship. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" you ask, "What is this here to teach me?" Instead of resenting obstacles, you embrace them as part of your training. Life ceases to be a series of unfortunate events and becomes a continuous invitation to grow wiser, stronger, freer. Gratitude for difficulty also protects you from bitterness. When you see adversity as a teacher rather than an enemy, you stop fighting reality and start learning from it. You understand that ease often breeds complacency, while challenge sharpens clarity. What once seemed an unfair burden begins to reveal unexpected gifts, new skills, deeper empathy, greater inner peace. For example, loss teaches impermanence, helping you cherish what remains. Failure cultivates humility and resilience. Conflict sharpens communication and boundaries. Illness awakens appreciation for health. Even betrayal, painful as it is, can clarify values and reveal false attachments. In this way, every difficulty, if met with the right mindset, becomes fuel for transformation. This does not mean the Stoic denies pain. He feels it fully, but he does not become trapped in it. He honors the hardship while keeping his gaze on growth, and this balance allows him to move through life with both openness and strength. In practical terms, this gratitude is cultivated through reflection. At the end of a hard day, ask, "What did this experience reveal about me? What virtue did it invite me to practice? How am I stronger now than I was before?" Over time, this practice rewires your relationship with difficulty. You begin to trust that adversity, while uncomfortable, is shaping you in ways you cannot yet see, and this trust breeds resilience. When future hardships arise, as they will, you face them not with dread, but with readiness. You remember that life's greatest teachers often wear the roughest disguises, and you meet them with gratitude, because in the end, it is not the easy life that builds greatness. It is the life that faces difficulty with an open heart and an unbreakable spirit. So be grateful for the difficult. It is shaping you into someone even you have not yet fully met. 11. Act today as if you were already wise. One of the most subtle traps on the path of self-mastery is the idea that wisdom is something far off, a distant state we will one day achieve once we have read enough, practiced enough, lived enough. And so we wait, we hesitate, we excuse our small failures and compromises by telling ourselves, one day when I am wiser, I will live differently. But the Stoic rejects this delay. He knows that wisdom is not a future destination, it is a present practice, and the only way to become wise is to begin living as if you already are. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. This is the Stoic call to immediacy. You need not wait for permission, for certainty, for the perfect moment to align your life with virtue. You can act now, today, in this moment, as if wisdom already guides you. And in doing so, you begin to embody it. This mindset shifts everything. Instead of passively consuming philosophy or endlessly preparing to improve, you test wisdom in action. You ask, how would a wise person speak in this conversation? How would they handle this frustration? How would they choose in this moment of temptation? And then you do it not perfectly, not always with ease, but with intention. And in this way, wisdom ceases to be an abstract ideal and becomes a living practice. You close the gap between knowing and doing, because in truth, most of us already know much of what wisdom would counsel: patience over anger, courage over fear, honesty over convenience, presence over distraction. The work is in embodying it, in choosing the wise path when habit or ego pulls us elsewhere. This approach also liberates you from the perfectionism that often stalls growth. You don't need to feel ready to act with wisdom. You don't need to have mastered every emotion or solved every inner conflict. You simply choose to practice today, and in practicing, you become. Each wise action, no matter how small, strengthens the neural pathways of virtue. Each choice in alignment with your highest values builds the character you aspire to. Moreover, this practice creates momentum. The more you act as a wise person would, the more natural it becomes. Your responses shift. Your self-respect deepens. You move through life with greater congruence between who you are and who you wish to be. And this congruence breeds both peace and power. It also cultivates humility. Acting as if you are already wise is not about pretending to be perfect. It is about aspiring to your best self while remaining open to learning. It is about saying, I may not be fully wise yet, but I will not use that as an excuse to act unwisely today. In this way, the practice itself becomes a path of ongoing growth. So do not wait. Do not postpone your higher nature until you feel worthy of it. Begin now. Speak as wisdom would speak. Act as wisdom would act. And in these small daily choices, you will find that wisdom is not something you chase. It is something you embody, and through this embodiment you transform, not in some distant future, but here and now. 12. The courage to be yourself. Perhaps one of the greatest acts of courage in any lifetime is to live in full alignment with your true nature. The pull to conform, to imitate, to please others is subtle but powerful. From a young age, we are taught to fit in, to adjust ourselves to the expectations of family, friends, society. And over time, without realizing it, many drift further from who they truly are. But the Stoic knows this truth. To live according to your nature is the highest form of freedom, and it takes great courage to do so. Epictetus said, "Seek not the good in external things, seek it in yourselves." The wise person understands that true fulfillment comes not from meeting external standards, but from inner congruence, when your thoughts, words, and actions are in harmony with your deepest values and nature. To live this way is to walk a path that may often diverge from the crowd, to make choices that others may not understand, to stand alone when necessary. Why does this require courage? Because being yourself means accepting that not everyone will approve. It means risking misunderstanding, criticism, even rejection. It means letting go of the false security that comes from blending in. But the alternative, living a life of pretense, masking your true self to gain acceptance, is a much deeper suffering, for no amount of external validation can compensate for the inner unrest that comes from self-betrayal. The Stoic embraces the discomfort of authenticity because he knows that it is the only path to true peace. He does not seek to shock or provoke, nor does he indulge in self-indulgent rebellion. His aim is not to be different for difference's sake, but to be real, to speak truthfully, to act from principle, to honor his unique gifts, even when they do not fit the mold of what is popular or expected. This courage also requires deep self-knowledge. To be yourself, you must know yourself, your values, your strengths, your limits. This is why the Stoic practices constant reflection. Am I living in accordance with my nature? Are my choices aligned with who I truly am, or with who others want me to be? These questions guide him back to authenticity, and authenticity breeds resilience. When your sense of worth is rooted in external approval, you are fragile, forever at the mercy of other people's opinions. But when your worth is anchored in living true to yourself, you become unshakable. Criticism may sting, but it does not define you. Praise may please, but it does not control you. You walk your path with quiet confidence, knowing that your integrity is intact. Moreover, by being yourself, you give others permission to do the same. Your authenticity becomes a light in a world of masks. It inspires deeper connections, richer relationships, more meaningful contributions. Because nothing resonates more deeply than the truth of a person fully alive to who they are. So embrace the courage to be yourself, not someday, now, in your words, in your choices, in how you move through the world. Let go of the need to be everything to everyone. Be fully, unapologetically who you are meant to be. For as the Stoics remind us, imitation may bring safety, but only authenticity brings freedom. Wisdom is not found in comfort, but in confrontation, with self, with fate, with truth. This is the essence of the Stoic path. It is not a journey of ease, nor a philosophy of escape. It is a daily practice of facing life as it truly is, uncertain, impermanent, often challenging. And in this confrontation, not in avoidance, you forge wisdom. You meet yourself in the silence of reflection. You meet fate in the unfolding of events beyond your control. You meet truth in the honest examination of your own mind and actions. And through this continual meeting you grow. Comfort alone will not shape you. It may soothe, but it does not strengthen. It may please, but it does not free. The Stoic understands this and therefore does not seek a life devoid of difficulty, but a life rich with meaning. A life where each obstacle is embraced as part of the training of the soul, and so the invitation is simple. Confront life with all its imperfections with an open heart and a disciplined mind. Do not flee from hardship. Do not hide from your own weaknesses. Face them, learn from them, grow through them. For it is in this daily courage that wisdom is born. And as you continue on this path, remember, you do not need to be perfect. You need only to practice, to take each day as a new opportunity to build resilience, to cultivate virtue, to align more deeply with your true self. In doing so, you will not only build inner fortitude, you will live in a way that is deeply free, deeply present, deeply wise. The sun sets, and the world begins its slow retreat into quiet. Lights dim in the streets. Conversations hush, and the clock ticks softly toward the stillness of night. Yet, for so many of us, the peace outside feels like a cruel contrast to the chaos within. The day's demands may have faded, but our thoughts, the relentless, nagging ones, are still wide awake. They replay awkward moments from hours ago, rehearse worst-case scenarios for tomorrow, or dive headfirst into a deep pool of self-doubt and regrets. It feels unfair, doesn't it? After all the effort you put into surviving the day, you now have to wrestle with your own mind just to rest, but you're not alone. There's a reason your thoughts grow louder when the world gets quiet. The Stoics knew this. Marcus Aurelius wrote by lamplight, reminding himself and us that the battle isn't against the noise outside, but the storm within. When the lights go out, we're left with only ourselves. And it's in those quiet hours that the real work begins. Not work in the world, but in the mind. This isn't just about sleep. It's about reclaiming your peace, about refusing to let your mind become a prisoner of fears, regrets, and unfinished conversations. Tonight, we're going to lean into the wisdom of the ancients, not as scholars, but as people trying to find some stillness in the middle of all this noise, because peace isn't given, it's practiced. And Stoicism, with all its raw and practical truth, just might be the calm you've been searching for. If these words feel like they're meeting you where you are, somewhere between reflection and resilience, consider subscribing. It's a way of saying this matters to you, that this journey toward clarity, depth, and inner stillness isn't just something you think about, it's something you're committed to. Silence. It's strange how silence, something we often crave during the chaos of the day, can become so overwhelming at night. You move through the hours ticking off tasks, responding to people, solving problems. Your body is in motion, your mind is occupied, but then the day ends, the lights dim, the noise fades, and suddenly you're alone with your thoughts. That's when it hits. The things you brushed aside while keeping busy now rush forward, like they've been waiting all day for this quiet moment to confront you. The unresolved conversations, the worry about tomorrow, the memory of that one mistake you thought you'd forgotten. They don't knock gently, they pour in like a flood. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." And this is what night reveals. The unconscious, not because it's trying to torment you, but because it's finally been given space to speak. The mind doesn't race without reason. When the body stops, the nervous system shifts gears. There's no longer an external task to anchor it. And without something physical to focus on, the energy turns inward. It searches for unfinished business, loose ends, unresolved tension, unprocessed emotions. What you didn't feel during the day now demands attention. What you didn't say now echoes. In this way, silence is never really empty. It's filled with all the things we haven't yet faced. And the truth is, most people stay busy, not because they're productive, but because they're afraid of what stillness might show them. As Socrates once said, "Beware the barrenness of a busy life." Stillness, if you let it, will hold up a mirror. That's why nights feel heavier, because we've trained ourselves to avoid that mirror. We drown it out with stimulation, endless scrolling, background noise, mental chatter, anything but being fully alone with ourselves. And when all distractions are gone, what's left is the raw, unfiltered truth. The fears we carry, the guilt we pretend doesn't matter, the longing for something we can't quite name. It's not that we're weak for feeling this way, it's that we're human, suffering. The Stoics taught that suffering comes not from the thing itself, but from our judgment of it. Epictetus reminded us, "We are disturbed not by what happens, but by our opinions about what happens." And often those opinions are buried deep beneath layers of avoidance. The silence simply unmasks them. There's a kind of honesty that only the dark invites. And while it can feel brutal at times, it also carries an invitation to listen, to notice, to finally feel. The thoughts that race are often ones we never gave permission to surface, but they've been there shaping our choices, our moods, our relationships. It's in the stillness that we're given a choice. To ignore them again, or to sit with them and try to understand what they're trying to say. As Aristotle observed, knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. And that kind of knowing doesn't come from movement. It comes from pausing. But that pause can feel unbearable if you expect it to be peaceful right away. It rarely is, especially if you've spent years avoiding the deeper currents of your own mind. It takes practice to get comfortable in your own silence. It takes courage to let the thoughts come without reacting to each one. The Buddhists talk about the monkey mind always jumping, grasping, fleeing. The Stoics too recognized this restlessness. Marcus Aurelius in his journals reminded himself again and again to return to the present moment, to what is within his control. He wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That reminder doesn't silence the noise, but it does give you a way to relate to it differently. Because when you start to see the racing thoughts not as enemies, but as signals, everything changes. That flood of memories and fears is trying to tell you something. Maybe you're carrying too much. Maybe there's a conversation you need to have. Maybe you've been trying to be everything to everyone, and it's slowly wearing you down. The thoughts don't always arrive with clarity. They come jumbled, exaggerated, dramatic even. But if you let them land without grabbing onto them, without pushing them away, they begin to sort themselves out, like sediment settling in water. What's important remains. The rest floats away. And in that moment, you're no longer drowning in thought. You're observing. You're choosing. You're remembering that your thoughts are not facts. They are not prophecies. They are not permanent. Plato wrote, "The first and best victory is to conquer self." And that battle begins not with aggression, but with awareness, with the gentle discipline of staying present with what is, rather than reacting to what might be. That's the core of Stoic philosophy, not to escape life's pain, but to meet it with clarity and intention. This is why night matters. It's not just a time to rest, it's a time to reckon, to sift through the noise and find the still voice underneath. And that voice doesn't shout, it whispers. The still voice. It often speaks in the language of intuition, of body tension, of half-formed thoughts. But if you listen, really listen, it has wisdom to offer about what you value, about what's weighing you down, about what you need to release to finally find peace. There's a reason why some of the greatest thinkers, Seneca, Aurelius, even Jung, wrote their most honest reflections at night. Because the dark invites depth. It strips away the performance of the day. It humbles us. It reveals what we've ignored. Yes, but it also shows us what we've survived, what we've endured. The mind may race, but that doesn't mean it's broken. It means it's awake. And being awake in this way is the beginning of healing. So the next time your thoughts surge after the world goes quiet, don't panic. Don't try to escape. Let them come. Let them crash and swirl and rise. And then breathe. Remind yourself that this too is part of being alive, that the storm will pass, that peace doesn't come from avoiding the silence, but from learning to live with it. You're not alone in this, and you're not failing because your mind won't shut off. You're just being asked to sit with what's true, and if you do, even for a moment, you'll notice that the thoughts start to slow, the noise begins to soften, and underneath all of it, there's a kind of stillness that's been waiting for you all along. There's a strange comfort in knowing that sleeplessness isn't a modern curse. Long before the world was buzzing with screens and notifications, people still lay awake under the same sky, wrestling with their minds. Even the strongest among us, the emperors, the warriors, the thinkers, knew what it meant to stare into the darkness with a heavy heart. Marcus Aurelius, ruler of one of the greatest empires in history, spent his nights journaling, not celebrating victories, but confronting the chaos within himself. His personal reflections are filled with reminders to stay grounded, to accept what cannot be changed, to return to what matters. He wrote, "Nowhere you can go is more peaceful, more free of interruptions than your own soul." And still, he had to remind himself of that over and over again. That alone says something. Even emperors didn't feel at peace just because they held power. Even they weren't immune to the restless noise that creeps in when the world gets quiet. We've built this image in our heads that strength means never wavering, that clarity means never questioning. But when you look at the actual writings of these figures, Aurelius, Seneca, even Plato, you see something else entirely. You see people thinking deeply, doubting themselves, trying to make sense of life, just like the rest of us. Their titles didn't protect them from anxiety or regret or longing. They just had tools to face those feelings more honestly. Self-examination. Socrates, often considered the father of Western philosophy, spent his life asking difficult questions, not because he had all the answers, but because he believed that wisdom begins in admitting how little we know. That's not weakness. That's courage. Even Carl Jung, one of the founding minds of modern psychology, struggled with the inner world. He spoke of the shadow, the parts of ourselves we deny, suppress, or avoid. According to Jung, these hidden parts are not to be feared, but understood. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, he said, but by making the darkness conscious. What keeps us up at night is often that unconscious darkness reaching out, asking to be seen. And the irony is, the more we fight it, the louder it becomes. The more we try to suppress or ignore what hurts, the more power it has over us. That's why so many powerful minds, from philosophers to psychologists, return to the same practice, self-examination. Not the harsh kind, where you beat yourself up over everything, but the steady, clear-eyed kind where you acknowledge what's rising up in you, even if you don't understand it fully. Plato believed that the unexamined life wasn't worth living. He didn't mean that we should obsess over every mistake or constantly try to fix ourselves. He meant we should pay attention to our patterns, our values, our impulses. He believed that when we understand ourselves better, we can live more intentionally. And what better time to do that than at night when there's nothing left to distract us? Still, that kind of reflection takes work. It's not always comforting. Sometimes it brings up guilt or fear or memories we'd rather not revisit. But that's part of being human. You're not meant to feel light all the time. You're not supposed to have it all figured out. Even those who shaped entire schools of thought had nights where they doubted everything. Even they lost sleep over things they couldn't control. So why do we judge ourselves so harshly for doing the same? There's a tendency to believe that if we were stronger, we wouldn't feel this way. But the truth is, strength often looks like facing what hurts with an open heart. It looks like staying with the discomfort long enough to understand what it's trying to teach us. Aristotle wrote that knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. But that knowledge doesn't come overnight. It comes through experience, through mistakes, through moments that keep us awake, wondering who we are and what we really want from this life. Those questions aren't signs of failure. They're signs that you care, that you're awake, not just physically but spiritually. And maybe that's something to be honored, because most people numb out, they shut down, they avoid. But if you're here thinking, feeling, wondering, then you're still open, you're still learning, you're still alive in the deepest sense of the word. And yes, it can feel like too much sometimes, the weight of it, the vulnerability. But that's where growth begins, in that quiet place between who you were and who you're becoming. The philosophers didn't claim to be free from pain. They just learned how to move through it with clarity. They learned that peace doesn't come from avoiding the hard parts. It comes from walking straight into them, guided by reason, honesty, and a little faith in the process. You might never rule a kingdom. You might never write a philosophical treatise or have your name etched into history, but your inner world is just as worthy of attention. Your questions are just as valuable. Your sleepless nights are just as human. And the way you choose to meet them, that matters, because in that choice you reclaim something powerful. Not control over your thoughts, but your relationship to them. Not certainty, but the willingness to keep asking, keep learning, keep showing up with courage. And that's what connects us not just to the thinkers of the past, but to each other. The shared truth that behind every strong face, every calm voice, every quiet room at night, there's a mind trying to make sense of something. That's not weakness. That's the human condition. And if even emperors, warriors, and philosophers lay awake in that same struggle, then maybe, just maybe, you're exactly where you're supposed to be. We tend to think of overthinking as a defect, something to fix or silence. But what if the thoughts that swirl in your head late at night aren't problems to eliminate, but signals to understand? That's what the Stoics believed. To them, a restless mind wasn't a sign of weakness. It was an invitation to observe. Instead of battling every anxious thought like it's the enemy, they practiced stepping back, watching what arose, and asking a better question. What is this trying to tell me? There's wisdom in that. Your thoughts, especially the ones that repeat themselves, don't show up for no reason. They're messengers, sometimes clumsy, sometimes dramatic, sometimes hard to decipher, but always bringing something that wants your attention. You don't have to agree with everything your mind says, and the Stoics would be the first to warn you against doing so. Epictetus reminded his students not to get carried away by impressions, but to pause and evaluate them. "It's not things themselves that disturb us," he wrote, "but our opinions about them." In other words, what causes distress isn't the event, but how we interpret it. And our thoughts are often tangled with judgment, memory, fear, and desire. But when you slow down and listen without rushing to react, something shifts. You begin to notice which thoughts are born from fear and which are rooted in truth, which ones echo your past and which ones are trying to protect you, sometimes in ways that no longer serve you. Carl Jung spoke about this internal dialogue often. He said, "Your visions will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." In that way, racing thoughts aren't the problem. They're the call to awaken. They're the parts of you trying to speak up after being ignored all day. We're so trained to think clearly when it comes to the external world. We organize our schedules, prioritize tasks, measure progress. But when it comes to the internal world, the mind, the heart, the stories we carry, we often leave it cluttered and unresolved. The Stoics saw the danger in that. They believed the mind should be as orderly as a well-run household, not because it must be silent at all times, but because it should be in harmony with itself. But harmony doesn't mean absence of noise. It means knowing which sounds belong and which ones are distractions. And you don't get there by shutting your mind down. You get there by paying attention. There's an art to this kind of noticing. It's not about indulging every negative spiral or falling into self-analysis loops. It's about creating a little space between the thought and your reaction to it. Power over your mind. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, constantly reminded himself to separate judgment from reality. He'd say things like, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That's not just a motivational phrase, it's a practical tool. When you're lying awake, gripped by a thought that won't let go, you can ask yourself, is this thought helpful? Is it even true? Or is it just noise? And even if the thought isn't helpful, it's worth asking where it comes from. Because often what we label as anxiety is actually the mind's attempt to keep us safe. Fear is trying to protect us. Shame is trying to keep us in line. Regret is trying to make sure we don't repeat mistakes. They're all trying to serve us, just not always skillfully. That's where the Stoic perspective becomes powerful. Instead of seeing these thoughts as threats, you learn to decode them. Instead of reacting with panic, you respond with curiosity. Aristotle believed that understanding was the beginning of wisdom. He saw emotion and reason not as enemies, but as parts of the same whole. Emotions may cloud our reason at times, but they're also rooted in our values. What you worry about, what keeps you up, it usually points to something that matters to you. That's why it hurts. This is why the Stoics weren't emotionless despite the stereotype. They weren't trying to become robots. They were trying to gain clarity. They knew emotions and thoughts could be turbulent, but they believed in training the mind to see clearly through that turbulence, like a sailor learning to navigate by the stars instead of being tossed by the waves. The training didn't mean shutting down thoughts. It meant studying them, understanding where they came from, and choosing how to respond. They called this discipline of assent, the practice of evaluating impressions and deciding whether to accept them. Imagine how different your nights would feel if you treated each intrusive thought like that, not something to fight or believe instantly, but something to question, something to sit with, like a guest knocking at your door. You don't have to let every guest in, but you can meet them with awareness. And sometimes even awareness is enough to disarm a thought. When you simply name what's happening, this is worry, this is insecurity, this is fear of not being enough, it loses some of its power. Naming turns the fog into something you can see. It's like turning the lights on in a dark room. The furniture is still there, but now you're less likely to trip over it. That's what Stoic awareness does. It gives you clarity without needing the problem to disappear immediately. The beginning. Plato said the beginning is the most important part of the work, and that beginning, the simple act of noticing your thoughts without being consumed by them, that's what changes everything. You begin to realize that not every thought requires a response. Not every mental loop has to be solved tonight. Some thoughts are just echoes from an earlier wound. Some are future fears dressed as urgency. Some are just habits your brain hasn't let go of yet. And the more you observe, the more you understand. Understanding brings space. Space brings calm. Down the rabbit hole. And from that calm, you can choose your next move. Even if it's as simple as taking a deep breath, rolling over in bed, and deciding not to follow that thought down the rabbit hole again. This isn't a skill you master overnight. It's a practice, one you return to gently, without judgment, even when your thoughts are messy, even when your heart feels heavy, because that's when you need it most. Not when everything's peaceful, but when the storm is loud and confusing. That's the moment to remember what the Stoics knew. Your thoughts are not your enemy. They're not problems to fix. They're signals. And if you can listen, not perfectly but patiently, you'll begin to hear the truth underneath them. And that truth, once understood, has the power to quiet even the loudest mind. There's something about the stillness of night that makes everything feel bigger. A small worry from the day becomes a mountain by midnight. A passing comment echoes like a siren in the quiet. You lie in bed, hoping for peace, but instead your mind starts opening doors you didn't even know were there. Thoughts start stacking on top of each other, and before you know it, you're overwhelmed by everything all at once. And in that moment, you feel helpless, like you've lost all control over your own mind. What makes it worse is that there's nothing to distract you. No conversations, no tasks, no noise, just you, your thoughts, and a darkness that seems to stretch endlessly forward. But that feeling, that deep sinking helplessness, it isn't new, and it isn't a flaw in you. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher born into slavery, understood it well. His life was one of limitations of external conditions he couldn't control. But he taught something that flipped the entire script. What you can control. Some things are in our control and some are not. And within that single idea is a kind of freedom that most people overlook. Because when you're caught in the spiral of nighttime anxiety, what you're really feeling is the weight of trying to control what you cannot. The future, other people's thoughts, past conversations, the outcome of things you haven't even begun yet. The mind clings to these things as if replaying or predicting them might somehow change them. But it won't. And the Stoics knew that. What you can control is how you relate to those thoughts. There's power in that idea, even if it sounds simple. The helplessness you feel doesn't come from the thought itself. It comes from believing you have no choice but to follow it. But Epictetus would argue otherwise. He believed that the only true freedom lies in mastering your response. He once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." That includes what happens inside your own head, especially at night. Because the stories you tell yourself when you're tired, alone, and vulnerable, those can shape how you feel about everything else. And if you believe that you're at the mercy of your own mind, then you'll stay trapped in that helplessness. But there's a shift that happens the moment you realize you still have choices. Even in the quiet, you can't control whether a thought shows up. That's automatic. But you can choose what you do with it. You can decide to observe it instead of obey it, to question it instead of absorb it. To gently turn your attention toward your breath, your body, your surroundings, grounding yourself in what's real instead of what's imagined. And maybe that doesn't make the worry disappear, but it does shrink it. It puts a little space between you and the spiral, and sometimes that space is all you need to breathe again. Carl Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." That applies not just to events in your life, but to every thought that passes through your mind. You are not your fear. You are not your worst memory. You are not the anxious prediction your brain whispers. You are the awareness underneath those things, the part of you that can witness without getting pulled under. And that part is where your power lives. That's what the Stoics were pointing toward when they spoke of inner freedom. Not the absence of trouble, but the presence of self-mastery. Of course, this takes practice. The mind is used to running the show. It loves to imagine, to dramatize, to rehearse every worst-case scenario like it's preparing for a performance. But when you begin to see those thoughts as just thoughts, not instructions, not truth, not destiny, something starts to change. You no longer take every mental whisper as a command. You begin to respond with calm, with perspective. And even on the nights where the noise gets loud again, you remember you've met this noise before. You've sat with it and survived. And that memory becomes a kind of anchor. The reason nighttime makes us feel so helpless isn't just the lack of distractions, it's the illusion that we're alone in our struggle. But we're not. The greatest minds in history have felt this same vulnerability. They've faced the same sleepless nights, the same overthinking, the same sense of futility. Socrates, who spent his life questioning human behavior, said, "Know thyself. Know thyself." And to know yourself means to meet these moments of fear and not turn away. To see them not as signs of weakness, but as invitations to grow stronger from within. Even Aristotle saw the connection between reflection and virtue. He believed that the highest good for a human was not pleasure or success, but reasoned action aligned with one's values, and that includes how we handle our thoughts when no one's watching. That includes how we speak to ourselves when things are quiet. If we react with panic, we build panic. But if we respond with steadiness, even when it's hard, we start building resilience. That's not some motivational slogan. That's how the mind actually changes. One small decision at a time. It helps to remember that not every solution needs to arrive tonight. Sometimes the only thing required is presence. Sometimes you don't need to solve the problem. You just need to stop feeding it. Let the thought drift by. Come back to your breath. Feel the air move in and out of your body. Place your hand on your chest. Remind yourself that you're here, alive, safe in this moment. And if the thought returns, let it echo like a passing wave. But don't chase it. Don't fight it. You have better things to do, like rest. This is the kind of power Epictetus was talking about. Not the kind that dominates the world, but the kind that guides your inner life with quiet strength, the kind that allows you to feel fear and not be ruled by it, to experience uncertainty and not lose your center, to lie awake with a racing mind and still choose peace over panic. You don't need to be perfect at this. You just need to return to the practice again and again until the helplessness begins to fade. Not because the thoughts stop, but because you no longer believe that they have the final word. And maybe that's what reclaiming control really looks like. Not commanding your thoughts to be quiet, but learning to stand calmly in their presence. Not demanding a silent mind, but developing a steadier relationship with the noise. Because it's not the noise that breaks us, it's how we meet it. And with the right mindset, the right perspective, even the loudest mind can be softened by stillness. Even the most restless night can become a place of reflection, of resilience, and maybe eventually of rest. Naming emotions. There's something strangely powerful about putting words to what you feel. Not poetic words, not explanations, just simple, honest labels. This is fear. This is shame. This is worry showing up again. That kind of naming doesn't seem like much on the surface, but it quietly changes everything, because the moment you name a thought, you create just enough distance from it to stop being consumed by it. Before that moment, the thought feels like truth. It blends into your identity. It takes over your body. But when you pause and say, "This is fear," you shift from being inside the emotion to observing it from the outside. And observation brings space. That space is where peace begins. The Stoics understood this. They practiced what they called the discipline of assent, the ability to pause and examine every impression, every emotion, every narrative before agreeing with it. Epictetus taught that we should never say, "I am afraid," but rather, "There is fear." That subtle shift matters. One statement fuses your identity with the feeling. The other recognizes it as a passing visitor. You are not fear. You are the one who notices fear. That's the difference between drowning in your thoughts and standing on the shore watching the waves roll in. Carl Jung echoed a similar idea. He said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Unnamed emotions have that kind of power. They drive your choices, shape your self-image, keep you awake at night, all while hiding in the shadows of the mind. But when you give them a name, even just one word, you expose them to the light, and suddenly they lose their grip. Fear doesn't vanish, but it stops whispering lies about who you are. Shame doesn't disappear, but it loses the power to define you. There's a kind of freedom that comes with this clarity. The thoughts that felt overwhelming start to shrink down to size. You begin to see patterns. You notice how shame always shows up when you're trying something new, how fear always whispers louder when things get quiet. You see these responses not as signs that something is wrong with you, but as evidence that something is stirring in you, something alive, something worth paying attention to, because emotions aren't random. They point to what matters. Fear shows up when you're near something meaningful. Shame creeps in when you're bumping against old wounds or expectations. And instead of pushing them away, the Stoics would encourage you to lean in, not to suffer, but to understand. Plato believed that clarity was the beginning of wisdom. He wrote that the soul should aim for harmony, not through force, but through knowledge of itself, and naming what you feel is the first step in knowing yourself. It's not about indulging every emotion. It's about meeting them with honesty. There's a reason why people keep journals, why they talk things out loud in empty rooms, why they write something down and suddenly feel lighter. Words anchor emotion. They turn what's swirling into something you can hold in your hands. Labeling thoughts is like picking up a tangled knot and realizing where it begins. This is anxiety. This is uncertainty. You don't need to fix it right away. Just naming it calms the nervous system. Just recognizing what you're experiencing helps your body stop treating it like a threat. Neuroscience. Neuroscience backs this up too. Studies show that labeling emotions reduces activity in the amygdala, the part of your brain responsible for fight or flight responses, and activates the parts associated with reasoning and awareness. In other words, giving something a name returns control to the part of you that can respond instead of react. It also helps you speak to yourself more gently. When you say, "I'm overwhelmed," it feels like a judgment. But when you say, "There's a lot of fear in me right now," something softens. That sentence makes room. That sentence sounds like something you'd say to a friend, and that's the point. The way you speak to yourself shapes how you move through the world. Socrates believed that wisdom began with self-questioning, but he also modeled self-kindness in the way he challenged others, not to humiliate, but to bring them closer to truth. The same applies inward. You don't label emotions to criticize yourself. You do it to understand, to slow down the storm, and find your footing again. This kind of practice doesn't require perfect self-awareness. You don't have to get the word exactly right. You just need to pause long enough to listen to what's really going on, to stop letting the emotion drive your behavior blindly, to say, "Okay, this is shame. This is the feeling that tells me I'm not enough." And then, just let it be there for a moment. Breathe with it. Watch how it loses intensity simply by being seen. That's not weakness, that's strength. Over time, something remarkable begins to happen. You develop a kind of inner map. You start to recognize old patterns sooner. You catch yourself mid-thought and say, there's that fear of failure again. And with that recognition, you respond differently. Maybe you don't lash out. Maybe you don't give up. Maybe you don't spiral into doubt. Maybe you just breathe, acknowledge the emotion, and move forward anyway. That's the Stoic approach in action. Not resistance, not suppression, but awareness and alignment with reason. It's not about being emotionless. It's about being unshaken. And to be unshaken, you have to first see clearly. Labeling your thoughts doesn't make you cold or detached. It makes you conscious. It turns reactivity into reflection. It turns chaos into something you can meet with presence. And it brings a kind of quiet strength that stays with you, even on nights when your mind refuses to settle. The goal. The goal isn't to get rid of fear or shame or uncertainty. The goal is to stop letting those emotions write your story in the dark. You get to be the author. And when you name the emotions, you take the pen back. One word at a time, one breath at a time, one moment of clarity in the middle of the night. And suddenly you're no longer powerless. You're present. You're grounded. You're awake. Not in the anxious sense, but in the aware sense. And that changes everything. Some thoughts don't respond to logic. You can talk them through, journal about them, try to see them from every angle, and still they sit there, heavy, unresolved, like a stone in the chest. Marcus Aurelius knew this feeling well. He wasn't just a Roman emperor. He was also a thinker, a Stoic, and a man who struggled nightly with the same mental storms we do. In his private notes, never meant to be published, he wrote down his thoughts as a way to steady himself. His worries weren't always conquerable. Many times they weren't even clear. But Marcus had a way of approaching these uncertainties with clarity. When a problem couldn't be solved, he shifted focus from the problem itself to how he responded to it. That was the Stoic path. Not control over life, but over your posture within it. He would remind himself, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. That's not just a motivational quote. It's a roadmap for nights when the weight of what you can't fix starts to take over. You have power. Marcus didn't try to outthink uncertainty. He accepted it. He wrote through it. He asked himself, is this within my control? And if the answer was no, he let it go, not carelessly, not without feeling, but consciously. He understood that a mind chasing after every unresolved thought is a mind that will never find rest. There's a wisdom in choosing to step back, not because you don't care, but because caring too much about the wrong things drains your ability to act on the right ones. This idea of focusing on what you can control has echoed through time because it touches something we all experience, the helplessness that grows when your thoughts spiral out of reach. It feels productive to replay things, to imagine every possible future, to prepare for every scenario, but really, it's exhausting. Epictetus, another Stoic, said it clearly. Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. It's not a call to give up. It's a call to prioritize your energy. If you're lying in bed thinking about something that won't change, no matter how many times you think it through, that's your cue. Let it go, not out of defeat, but out of wisdom. Marcus would often use writing as a mirror. His journals weren't perfect essays. They were raw, sometimes repetitive, sometimes emotional, but they helped him untangle what was real and what was just noise. He didn't try to be profound, he tried to be honest. One entry might be about death, the next about someone annoying him in court, but through it all there was a steady theme. Return to what's within. Return to what's within your reach. Return to the self. He reminded himself that most things, opinions, outcomes, judgments, weren't under his command. And if they weren't, they didn't deserve his suffering. Aristotle believed that virtue was found in action, not in thoughts or feelings. To him, character was built through habit, by doing the right thing, not just thinking the right way. And Marcus applied that even in the realm of thought. He practiced a habit of turning away from rumination and toward perspective. When a worry returned, he didn't fight it. He noticed it, named it, and redirected his attention. You are distressed, he'd write to himself, but what are you distressed about? About something in the outer world. Then know that nothing outside of your own mind can truly harm you. The beauty of this practice is in its simplicity. You don't need to solve everything before sleep. You just need to sort what's yours to carry and what isn't. Write it down if it helps. Draw a line. On one side, what's in your control, on the other, what isn't, and then practice letting go of the second list. Don't try to suppress it. Just acknowledge it and place it somewhere outside your body, outside your brain. That act alone shifts the weight. Your nervous system calms. Your breath returns. Because your mind isn't built to hold every possible future, it's built to meet the present moment with wisdom. Carl Jung believed that peace came not from pushing things away, but from integrating them, seeing them clearly, understanding where they come from, and making room for them without letting them take over. Marcus Aurelius did the same. He didn't pretend to be fearless. He acknowledged his fear, and then reminded himself that courage wasn't the absence of fear, it was moving forward anyway. He didn't need certainty to find stillness. He just needed honesty and a willingness to act where he could.
What we need.
There's something deeply human in the way Marcus met his worries. He didn't always win. Some days he failed. Some entries show a man clearly frustrated, tired, disheartened. But he returned again and again to the discipline of the mind, to choosing his focus, to letting go of what had no solution in the moment. And that's the part we can take with us, because we all face moments where the weight of uncertainty grows too loud, where the silence of night becomes a backdrop for worry. And in those moments, what we need isn't more thought. What we need is clarity. It starts with asking, is this mine to fix? If it is, then act. Even a small step will bring relief. If it isn't, then surrender. Not with apathy, but with acceptance. That's what the Stoics taught. Not to be emotionless, but to be anchored, even when storms roll in, especially then. There's humility in this practice, a quiet strength, a kind of wisdom that doesn't need to solve everything to feel at peace. It simply knows its limits and honors them. Marcus Aurelius didn't conquer every thought, but he refused to let the unsolvable ones run his life. That's the lesson he left behind, one that still whispers through the centuries. Focus on the space where your power lives. Let the rest go, and maybe that's enough for tonight. Not certainty, not perfection, just enough presence to choose what matters and release what doesn't. Just enough stillness to remember you are not your worry. You are the one who decides what it means. And in that, even the most restless mind can begin to rest. Floating writing. There's something sacred about the way words settle on a page when the rest of the world has gone quiet. When the noise dies down and the distractions fall away, writing becomes more than just an outlet. It becomes a ritual, not in the religious sense, but in the deeply human sense, a practice that gently guides the mind out of chaos and into clarity. Even a few lines scribbled in a notebook before bed can carry more weight than 100 thoughts bouncing around in your head. Because writing, unlike thinking, has structure. It gives shape to what felt formless. It turns noise into language. It becomes a soft landing for the mental debris we carry all day. We don't usually realize how many unspoken things we hold on to until we sit still and try to put them into words. Worries, regrets, small resentments, things we wish we'd said differently. During the day, we push them down, numb them with productivity or noise, but at night they rise, and if we don't do something with them, they just stay there, floating. Writing is the act of sitting down and saying, I see you. It doesn't demand that we solve anything. It just invites us to notice, to name, to release. Marcus Aurelius did this almost every night. His meditations weren't written for publication. They were written for survival, for sanity, for self-examination. He faced war, betrayal, the constant weight of leadership. And yet, he returned to the page with honesty. He wrote not to impress others, but to remind himself of what mattered, of what was in his control, of who he wanted to be. And we can do the same, not with long essays or perfect grammar. Just a few sentences, just a moment to get honest before sleep. Carl Jung believed that what remains unconscious will shape your life until it is brought to awareness. That's exactly what journaling does. It's a mirror that shows you the patterns you were too busy to notice during the day. It reveals the thoughts that echo quietly in the background. Sometimes they're about fear, sometimes anger, sometimes longing, but all of them want the same thing, attention. And when you give them that, just by writing them down, you begin to reclaim your mind from the grip of unconscious reaction. The act doesn't need to be dramatic. You can start with something simple. Here's what felt heavy today. Or, what I keep thinking about tonight. Is that small prompt opens the door. And once it's open, even for just 5 minutes, something begins to shift. The emotion that felt overwhelming becomes something you can observe. The thought that wouldn't let go becomes something you can hold, examine, and put down. You don't need to resolve it. You just need to give it a place to rest. Socrates taught that the unexamined life is not worth living. That doesn't mean we need to analyze every emotion or become experts in philosophy, but it does mean we benefit from reflection, from looking back, even briefly, and asking, did I live today the way I want to live? Writing is how we answer that question, not always with certainty, but with sincerity. When you write about your day, you create a kind of closure, like finishing a chapter, so your mind isn't stuck rereading the same lines all night, and writing also allows for gentleness. In our minds, we can be harsh. We criticize, we replay mistakes, we worry about things beyond our control. But on the page, there's an opportunity to shift that tone, to meet yourself with patience, to say, that was hard today, but I handled it. Or, I wasn't proud of that moment, but I learned something from it.